proper audio, proper commentary. I was playing a lot of Battle Maison Gen 6 Battle Tower on holiday. And we're going to start off this stream with a little bit of a podcast. So let's approach this from sort of a high level. What is the Battle Maison? What do you do in the Battle Maison? The Battle Maison is the Generation 6 Battle Tower equivalent. And just like in previous Battle Towers, you want to have a big win streak, as big as possible. The Maison rewards you for having a boss fight at 50 wins in super singles. And you also get a staff berry at 200 wins, but that's it. So the big question is, what makes Gen 6 different to previous gens? And there's a few things that are new in Generation 6, which add a little bit of interest. The first one is Megas. So fans of previous Frontiers and previous Battle Towers will know that basically every single super powerful Pokemon is banned in the Frontiers. So you can't use Kyogre, you can't use Mewtwo, and so on. Well, you can in Gen 2, but that's another topic. But all these super powerful Pokemon are banned in earlier iterations of the Battle Tower and the Battle Frontier, and yet, for whatever reason, they allowed Megas in, which is an interesting decision. But yeah, these Megas that you're allowed to run into Maison are super powerful. These are 700 BST ones. People who are familiar with competitive will know that a lot of these Pokemon got banned. And they're also incredibly dominant in doubles as well in VGC. So Megas are a really big deal in the Battle Maison. They're really powerful. There's also Aegislash. Aegislash is obviously also banned in competitive singles. And Aegislash, it kind of cheats. It has incredible defenses, but it also hits stupidly hard. It's also got incredible typing. So Aegislash is a big new option. Then there's also Greninja. Now, when Gen 6 first came out, Greninja was a much bigger deal with protein. But Greninja is very good in the Maison because the AI does not predict you swapping a type. So if you start off as water, dark, and then you change to grass with using grass knot or something, the AI does not predict that. And you also get, effectively a protein boosted stab on all your attacks. And Greninja is also, it occupies a pretty good speed tier as well. So Greninja is very, very big in the Maison. Another big thing about the Maison, talking about Greninja, is there is also triples and rotation battles. So while there is no Battle Frontier in Gen 6, this is a lie, the Battle Frontier project has not started. There is triples and rotations, which is fun. I think triples is 6v6, and triples has a bit of a reputation for being a bit easy, which is true. Greninja Mat Block is incredibly powerful. Mat Block is like a protect for your entire team. You do have to go first because there's no priority on it. But yeah, Maison brought back that, and rotation is like quite underexplored. Turskin has done a lot of rotation. Turskin is the expert on rotation, but I'm looking forward to playing some rotation. As well as that, if you're not familiar with previous Battle Towers or Battle Frontiers, there are some old faces that are also very relevant in the Maison. So a big one is Durant, which we'll talk about shortly. There's also Gliscor, specifically Poison Healed Gliscor. There's Shell Smash Cloyster, particularly with Focus Sash. There's Eviolite Chansey, which is really strong. And there's also Multi-Scale Dragonite. And that's not a complete list. That's just a bit of an overview. There's other Pokemon like Whimsicott, which are also really good in PvE game modes. But yeah, all of these tools together, Maison, it does have a reputation for being the easiest generation to get far in. And the really big reason for that is that the enemies don't get Mega Evolutions, but the player does. So, if you can bring something like a Mega Kangaskhan, the enemy is never going to bring something like that, and the enemy can't bring Mega Garchomp or Mega Metagross or anything, it's a massive power gap. There's also no enemy Aegislash set in this gen, and there's a few other missing Pokemon, like notably missing Pokemon like Azelf. Azelf still does not exist. It does exist in Gen 7, but not in Gen 6. Another big thing about the Maison is that a lot of the trainers are set for specifically. What I mean by that is in most generations before Maison, before Gen 6, when you face an enemy, you don't know what the set is, and it makes it very difficult to play optimally. You know, because you could be facing a Dragonite, and you might be thinking, oh, is it a special Dragonite? Is it a physical Dragonite? Is it a Dragonite with Dragon Dance? Is it a Dragonite with the item Choice Band? You know, you don't know. And you'd have pretty different plays on turn 1 into most of those sets. And that's a big issue with earlier gens. But in Gen 6, a lot of the time you know their exact set. You know exactly what they're going to bring. They still have random Pokemon in the back, but the fact that you know it's set for incredibly often is a big deal. Maybe they just didn't add Aegis because it's too complicated to code and the AI sucks with it. I don't know. Yeah, this is also the peak of a lot of Pokemon's power, I would say, like on the player's side. Like this is the best Drapion ever is in any generation. It's in Gen 7 specifically. There's a few reasons for that we'll talk about in a second. But Gen 6 is generally considered the easiest gen, and it does have the biggest records, which does make sense. And it's not just singles, it's also in doubles. There are some massive streaks in doubles. But we're going to talk about singles here. So what are the best teams in singles? I think we can divide it out quite evenly by saying that there are two major team categories. There are Durant teams and there are Gliscor teams. And I'll start with the easier one, which is Durant. So why is Durant so good? Well, Durant can have the hidden ability Truant, and Durant can also learn the move Entrainment. And what Entrainment does is it gives the enemy your ability. So you give the enemy the ability that you will commonly associate with slacking. So they miss every other turn. So you give them the ability... Truant, and then you switch to a setup sweeper, and you use Protect whenever it's their turn to attack. And when it's not their turn, and they're just on the Truant turn, you can use your setup move, and then you can set up a substitute, and you can sweep. And you basically can play a load of games like that, where your Pokemon never get hit. You just instantly one-shot every enemy once you're set up, and against the lead enemy with Truant, that you give Truant, you don't take any damage, because you just always use Protect. Now that might sound incredibly strong, and Durant is incredibly strong, but it also has a few flaws. I would say the biggest one about Durant is quite obvious, but if Entrainment fails, then you're potentially in huge trouble, because Durant essentially just did nothing. And there's lots of ways for Entrainment to fail. The move Protect in particular is very common in the Maison. There's also Durant will fail Entrainment against like Magic Bounce, Espeon, and a few others. There's also some enemies can prevent setup even if you use Entrainment correctly. So for example, if you're facing an enemy like Golem, you use Entrainment, so you switch to your setup sweeper and use Protect, but then Golem uses Explosion, and now Golem's not there anymore, and you don't have a free setup anymore. You are ahead in the game in the sense that it's probably 3 Pokemon for you versus 2 on the enemy team, but it's possible that Durant fainted at the start. And Explosion is a big problem, just like it was in earlier generations. Another problem with Durant teams is you'll notice that if you run Protect to not take any damage from Durant turns, and you run Substitute so you can sweep better, and you run a setup moves, that only lose one more move on that Pokemon's move slot. And if you've only got one offensive move, you've got to pick it carefully because a lot of sweepers and a lot of moves don't work. For example, it can't just be Water because of Dry Skin and Water Absorb. It can't be Dragon in Generation 6 because of Fairies. You know, it can't be Poison because of enemy Steel types. You don't want to stop your sweep. So you've got to think carefully about what sweepers are actually viable and what move they're going to use. Because you do need quite a lot of power to knock out enemies. And it is Generation 6, so Generation 6 30 isn't play. Which you do have to watch out for when you're sweeping. There's also a load of Pokemon in the Maison, for whatever reason, that have the item Custap Berry, which gives temporary priority on the turn that it's activating. You need to be careful of that in particular, I would say. Another issue, probably the biggest issue with Durant teams, is that they're just really boring to play. Like, they're really, really boring. Like, it's an exercise in not falling asleep. It's an incredible test of patience and concentration. It's difficult to describe this because it's not hard to play Durant properly for one game. You know, use entrainment with Durant, and then you swap to Dragonite, and then use Protect on the turn they attack, then use Dragon Dance, then use Protect, then use Dragon Dance. Like, it's quite simple to use. But you've got to do that thousands of times, and if you misclick or just forget what the next move was, or forget whether or not they're on their truant turn, you can be in serious trouble incredibly quickly because you won't be expecting it. It's the fact that it will strike when you least expect, and you do not want to lose concentration. And the fact that so many games are free with Durant, I think, is actually a detriment to it. I think it's easier to play those kind of teams when you face more turbulence, basically. You've got to pay more attention. But a lot of games, because a lot of games are basically won on turn 1, or even before turn 1, because you know that entrainment is going to work, it really does lull you into a false sense of security. But anyway, those are the flaws of Durant. So we want to address, we want to build a team that doesn't lose these flaws. So I think the most common variant of Durant teams, and there's basically 2 variants of Durant teams. The first one is like dual sweeping, and this isn't too complicated. What we basically do is you just lead Durant. You just try and use entrainment, and then you have 2 sweepers in the back, and the sweepers are meant to complement each other or fill in for any gaps that they might lack in terms of safely sweeping an enemy team. And this also means if one of them fails or has some kind of flaw, or you mess up, you still get another attempt. So if you miscount truant turns and Dragonite gets frozen or something, at least you've got your other sweeper you can switch to and then set up that instead. And this is the most commonly used team in the Maison leaderboards because it's the easiest one to build, and it's also the easiest one to play. And a lot of new players have done it, and I think it gets a bad rap. I think this strategy is actually much better than it looks like, because a lot of players lose in the low hundreds because they misplayed Durant, but it's not their fault. It's probably the first and only time they'll play the Maison, so I think this is an underestimated strategy with Durant plus 2 sweepers. Then there's sort of I would say the Durant chaperone teams. These are a bit more advanced, and basically what you do there is you run Durant, but you also run sort of an assistant to Durant to make sure Durant almost never fails entrainment, or to in some other way protect Durant. So you would do a few things with this other Pokemon. You'd probably give it Taunt, so that the enemy you're wanting to use entrainment on can't use the move Protect or the move Taunt if they got Prankster. You want to also probably remove that item, so you can't miss entrainment versus Bright Powder, and you can't be hit by a Quick Claw or something from a Pokemon like Emboar. And there are other things you can do to avoid a lot of the known Durant issues. So you more consistently get the setup option, and then obviously you only have 1 sweeper, because you have Durant's assistant, and you have 1 sweeper. And it's really important that this sweeper is incredibly reliable at almost always winning. And it's not just good enough to be like Dragonite, because you got to think, for example, there is a Quick Claw Donphan with Gen 6 Sturdy, so you can't kill it in one shot because of Sturdy, and it's got Quick Claw and it's got Fissure. So a lot of Pokemon can fail to sweep against that, and there are a lot of other Pokemon as well. A lot of sound-based moves, you've got to remember, go through Substitute. Sound-based moves, not a big problem in Gen 6, but they are in Gen 7. But anyway, the sweepers that work with Durant, when you only have 1 sweeper, it's basically either Drapion or Glalie. And they're quite different. The famous one is Drapion, because Battle Armor means that it can never be crit. And it's got Acupressure. And Acupressure can boost its defenses, and its evasion, and its accuracy, and its offensive stat, whatever you choose for that. And Drapion, once it's set up, is basically a guaranteed win, particularly in Gen 6, where you have buffed Knockoff from Gen 6. So Knockoff is effectively 97 base power, and you remove items like Quick Claw. You remove items like Custap Berry. You never really have to worry about these things. This is the best Drapion ever gets in any gen, unlike in Gen 4, where Acupressure doesn't work behind a substitute. Drapion can fire off anything. There are a few drawbacks to Mono Sweeper Drapion, but not many. In theory, you're a little bit scared of Static and Flame Body if you're sweeping with a physical move. But the thing about Gen 6 is, because you lead with Durant, you can't be burned by the first Pokemon. Because, if you're facing Magmortar or something, you give it the ability Truant, so you remove Flame Body or whatever. So it's only the second Pokemon that could have the contact ability. It has to activate, and then the third Pokemon also has to be something you can't just beat easily. Obviously, this Drapion does not have the move Rest. So you are in trouble if you get burned or something. Drapion struggles with a few other things as well. There's like, obviously, if something explodes on you, Drapion takes so long to get set up. That's a huge problem. And also the move Taunt is super annoying because Taunt has 20 PP and Protect has 16. And it's very easy for Drapion not to get the right boosts in the first 16 turns, which sounds absurd, but it does happen. It happens a lot. So that's Drapion. The other one is Glalie. Now, Glalie's a bit different in the fact that it doesn't run a setup move because it has the ability Moody. Now, Moody randomly boosts one of your stats by 2 and drops one of your stats by 1. So just by existing in the battle, Glalie will slowly set itself up. And that lets Glalie run an additional move. Normally it's Frost Breath, which is a guaranteed crit, which offsets special attack reductions, and it also means you don't care if the enemy starts setting up on you because crits go through their defensive boosts. The downside of Glalie, I think there are quite... Well, one of the big upsides is obviously you get that additional move, and often it is Taunt. And Taunt means you don't have to worry about enemies using Taunt. Taunt is also an incredible move to just click on turns where you don't really want to do anything. But Glalie scares me because you can easily get accuracy drops. And accuracy drops, when you're not aware of them, are horrendous. It's horrendous to fail an attack. Even worse than that is speed drops. So if you go too slow when you're trying to sweep, that can be a massive problem. And obviously as well, if you drop your special defense too low through Moody, sound-based moves, particularly special moves, because they're almost all special moves, you're talking about crits that can kill you, because Glalie does not have battle armor. It's the consequence of running Moody, of course. But they're both very reliable sweepers on paper. At least the results other people have had have proven that Drapion and Glalie are the two reliable sweepers if you can only have one sweeper. You can make faster sweepers work, though. So the teams which have 2 setup sweepers, I say you definitely want a faster setup sweeper to compensate for games where you know the enemy is going to use something like Explosion. And there are several really, really good fast setup sweepers to choose from. Probably the most famous one is Cloyster Shell Smash. So in one turn, obviously Cloyster can instantly be set up. You often don't run Substitute, you run Protect. But Cloyster with Skill Link and +6 and Icicle Shard, Icicle Spear, hits ridiculously hard. It's a great sweeper. It doesn't kill everything. There are things that do survive, even if you also run additional damaging attacks as coverage, but Cloyster is very effective. Garchomp is famous from previous gens. I think Garchomp falls off a bit here. Like, one big issue is that Garchomp can't hit Togekiss this generation, which is a shame because obviously Garchomp is hurt quite a lot by fairies, and in general, if you're trying to sweep with the move Outrage, and a fairy comes in second, obviously you've just failed the move. At that point, if you don't have a substitute up, you might be in real danger of losing. Talking of dragon types, obviously alongside Garchomp, probably the better dragon past Generation 5 is Dragonite. Multi-scale is an amazing ability. Dragonite with leftovers can run sub and heal back up to full. Multi-scale halves all incoming damage when you're at full health, so Dragonite is basically immortal until it takes damage, and how many Pokemon can actually damage Dragonite and live to tell the tale? Particularly when you have moves like Outrage. The downside of Dragonite, of course, is that if you're running this, you probably don't have room for Protect. Probably want to run Substitute, Dragon Dance, Outrage, and a move to hit fairies, probably Fire Punch. There's been a few different ideas on Dragonite, though. And then additional to those, obviously you have the new Gen 6 Megas. So there's several Megas that, because they have such ridiculous stats and such amazing abilities, you don't need multiple turns to set them up. Like, if Kangaskhan Mega uses Power Up Punch and goes to +2 attack, you've probably already won the game. So Durant teams are very good, but you need to know what you're doing. You need to be very, very aware of what Durant can't do. You also want to be very, very aware of when entrainment doesn't work. So a few ideas on that is you want to run X-Sizzle on Durant so you can kill Espeon, because Espeon can have Magic Bounce. And you also want to kill Executor 4, I feel, because Executor 4 has Trick Room and Explosion, which is a big problem for almost every setup sweeper you can think of. Because obviously it's going to use Trick Room on the first turn, and then on turn 3 it will use Explosion. It will be faster than your sweeper, very likely. There's also Confide. Confide is a weird move. It's actually sound-based. It goes through Substitute. It also goes through Protect. And that's the big deal. So if Durant is facing down an enemy Pokemon with Protect, you want to use Confide. So that even if they use Protect, you go through the Protect and you lower their special attack. And often that is enough to set up. Surely it will finish. And then the last move slot on Durant, I've read through the forums a bit. There's a bit of a debate on it. I think the best move is clearly Substitute. And that's because of Lapras and Mismagius. These are both Perisong Pokemon that can use trapping moves. And it's just a nightmare to run into those. Like, if they begin, and I've seen this happen, because it's happened to me, they begin the match with Block. You can't switch out Durant. Durant is Choice Scarfed to be outspeeding everything in the front in the Maison. So you can't use like Baton Pass or anything. So you're trapped in there, and then they're going to use Perisong. Durant is going to faint, and it's going to be a 3 versus 2, and there's going to be a Perisong Pokemon in the back. And you might think it's a joke, the Perisong Pokemon, but if you've got some kind of slow setup sweeper like Slowbro, that's going to be a massive problem when they come back in later. So I think Durant should run Substitute in the last slot, so you can block the block with your Substitute. And then you wait until they use Perisong, and then you switch out on turn 2 of that, and on turn 1 you switch back into Durant, and then it's Durant versus what they switch in, because the enemy is always going to switch out of Perisong on the 3rd turn. So that's the Durant teams. And the Durant teams are good, but there is another viable team comp in Gen 6, and this is why Gen 6 is interesting, I guess. And I'm going to loosely call these Gliscor teams. Now, why are they called Gliscor teams? Because Poison Heal Gliscor is so unbelievably powerful. It's more of a tool than a Pokemon. This strategy isn't going to work against human opponents, just like Durant wouldn't work against human opponents because they're just going to switch. But Poison Heal Gliscor can use the move Substitute and then Protect. And if you think about that, Substitute is minus 25% HP. Poison Heal heals 1/8. So over 2 turns, you lose 0 HP. So just by using those 2 moves, you make them waste 2 PP, and you don't do anything. You don't lose any health at all, as long as you're faster, of course. Or as long as you can take a damaging attack and still use Substitute. So Gliscor becomes this incredible tool where it has 16 PP on Protect, 16 PP on Substitute, and that's 32 turns of stalling. And what you got to understand about the Maison is, just like in other Frontiers, they're just going to spam their most powerful attack. So Gliscor becomes an incredible tool to just remove all of the PP from the enemy Pokemon. And, what happens once you've removed all of their PP? Obviously, it's then very easy to set up. So in some ways, Gliscor is extremely similar to Durant. It's just you've got to go through a massive PP stall before you can set up, whereas Durant just uses entrainment. To be fair, Gliscor itself is much better than Durant on its own, because Gliscor can easily win games on its own against, 3 opponents. It's just an unbelievably powerful Pokemon. You stall them out of their, Ice Beam, whatever, and then you just kill them. Next Pokemon comes in. If you need to stall them out, you can still do it, and then you can kill them, and you can keep going. Gliscor is incredibly powerful. But the best thing about Gliscor is not actually any of that. The best thing is status immunity. So if you've played the Battle Frontier or Battle Towers in the past, you'll know that one of the deadliest things you can face is status. You do not want to be put to sleep. You do not want to be paralyzed. You do not want to be frozen, because it basically removes player agency. If you can't make moves, it's very easy for the enemy to just directly win. And it's often very difficult. Even if you're facing a Pokemon with Sleep Powder, it's like, who's going to switch into that? Maybe you've got a Pokemon with Lumberry. Even if you do, is that Pokemon also faster than the enemy who's like Sleep Powder or something? Can you afford to be slept twice? Can you afford to risk a paralyze or a freeze twice? You often can't. And Poison Heal Gliscor is just amazing because obviously it's poisoned. It cannot be status. So Gliscor can switch into status moves. You become basically immune to them, which is an incredible asset to have on a team. So, you have Gliscor on this team, which is a great start to a team. But the obvious question is then, what is next after Gliscor? What else are you going to run? So the obvious issue you have with Gliscor, of course, is that it's like what I said. You can't use substitute if you die. So an enemy Greninja or something with Ice Beam just kills Gliscor, and Gliscor does nothing. So you really need to have some kind of answer to fast water and ice moves, particularly fast water and ice special moves. And ice is the more important weakness because obviously ice moves can also freeze. So, it's not enough to just switch into an ice move. You've got to be fine with also being frozen by that ice move. It's got to not be a problem for whatever switches in. The obvious resistances to ice are going to be water and steel. Water is great because it also resists water, of course. And steel is also very nice because it comes with another list of bonuses, which I'll talk about shortly. You don't really want fire types because fire is also weak to water, and also because fire Pokemon suck, which is probably the more important reason not to run a fire type. So we need super strong and very defensive water and steel Pokemon. So there's a few obvious candidates when I say that. A big one is Registeel. So Registeel is very usable in earlier gens. Registeel, I think it would be meta in Gen 6 if it wasn't for the existence of Aegislash. Because Aegislash basically does everything Registeel does, slightly better. It has the amazing King Shield to debuff attacking enemies that make contact. But most importantly, Aegislash can also hit incredibly hard, which is something Registeel cannot do without a lot of setup. And Aegislash also has its own priority move in Shadow Sneak. So Aegislash just completely morgs Registeel, to use the modern terminology. There's also the water side of the coin. So Suicune has always been a very good Pokemon in the Battle Tower, and it still is in the Maison. Suicune got a good new toy, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. So Suicune is actually buffed this gen in a slightly hidden way. But there's also Greninja. Greninja was obviously a Pokemon I mentioned earlier. Greninja is very good, but it doesn't fit this sort of like defensive team format where you want to do multiple switches and you want to PP stall the enemy. It doesn't quite work that way. You can still use Greninja and it still is good, but it's just slightly worse than the stalling options. Another big one, of course, and this is an Oras exclusive, is Mega Slowbro. So regular Slowbro can have the ability Regenerator, which is an incredible ability. You heal when you switch out, and you will do a lot of switching with these kind of Gliscor's teams. And then Mega Slowbro, when it Mega Evolves, obviously it can get Shell Armor. And Shell Armor is obviously an incredible ability for sweeping. It's what makes Drapion so reliable. So Mega Slowbro is also a very nice water type. And then there's Cloyster. Cloyster, I say, is very similar to Greninja, where it is fun and fast and very powerful, but it's slightly vulnerable to hacks. Like, if you switch Cloyster or Greninja into a critical hit, that might be the end of them if it's a strong enough move. Or even if you can't do that, like, can you do it 5 times? Can you switch into, 5 Blizzards and be fine? And that's a big reason why Suicune is actually like the best water type, because Pressure is an amazing ability. It means you don't have to take as many Ice Beams or Ice Punches or whatever. And the buff to Suicune is significant this gen. It's similar to the buff to the other water types, which is Scald. So obviously if you're switching into Ice Beams, you can expect to be frozen a lot, but Scald removes your own freeze. And this kind of makes Suicune a very interesting option. Also, Mega Slowbro is a similar one, where if you run Rest, it's a bit like you have immunity to status. So not only do you have Gliscor immune to status, you also have like Suicune or Slowbro. And that's an incredible defensive core to have on a team where you don't really care about status. You can easily switch between the two Pokemon, because obviously, Suicune, Mega Slowbro, you're weak to Electric, but Gliscor can switch into Electric just fine. Very common moves to hit, like a water type like Suicune, might be Earthquake or a strong fighting move, and obviously Gliscor can switch into those. So these Pokemon just have incredible switch synergy, and the way you want to play these teams is you basically want to switch as much as possible, because switching costs you nothing, but it costs the enemy quite a lot, because the enemy has to use PP on every turn. So anyway, you have Gliscor, and I would say you either have Aegislash or Suicune, or maybe another water type. So the question then is, what is the third Pokemon? And cycling back to the setup idea, why are we stalling the enemy out of PP? Because we want to do setup. We want to have a really, really strong setup Pokemon, a really good setup sweeper, but we don't have infinite time, so we can't run something like Drapion. You can't set up Drapion against an enemy that is using a move like Struggle. And I would also say that you can be slightly vulnerable in some of these team cores to other things. Like, for example, Aegislash and Gliscor are a great duo, but they can come unstuck against something like Greninja. Where Greninja obviously has Dark Pulse hit, Aegislash hits too hard. It's got Blizzard for... Greninja 4 has Blizzard for Gliscor. It's a problem. So you also need just a good Pokemon in the back as your third Pokemon that can just 1v1 enemy Pokemon reliably. So you're looking at a reliable 1v1er who is also really good at the setup. And that basically means one thing. It means you want a Mega Evolution. So the super popular Mega you choose to run on this team often depends on what you chose as Gliscor's teammate. So on Aegislash Gliscor teams, a very popular one is Gyarados. This provides a real water resist. It's also a fire resist. Remember, Aegislash and Gliscor don't love to switch into strong special moves that are fire-based. It also baits electric attacks. Again, Gyarados baits electric attacks. You easily switch to Gliscor. You also get Intimidate support, which is usually a good thing, but there is the ability Defiant you want to be careful of. But, one of the best things about Gyarados is you can swap your typing. It's a bit like an early-gen terrestrialization, where you can shed your flying type for dark type. So you can bait enemies about to use psychic moves, and you gain a new secondary stab in Crunch, which is honestly better than anything you could run on the flying side. And Mega Gyarados also has the ability Mold Breaker. Now, Mold Breaker is an incredible sweeping ability. Lots of really big consequences. Probably the biggest one is ignoring Sturdy. But obviously, the way Mold Breaker works is you essentially delete their ability while you are attacking. So, for example, Mega Gyarados, if it wanted to, it could just Waterfall against a Pokemon with Dry Skin or Water Absorb. You just completely ignore it, which is incredible. On the Suicune side, I would say the most popular and the best honestly, it's the best Pokemon in the game is Mega Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan is stupidly good at winning games completely unhelped. But obviously, when you get a free setup with Power Up Punch, it's even stronger. I don't love using Mega Kangaskhan. The fact that it's got to rely on priority because it's not that fast. Obviously, Mega Gyarados can run Dragon Dance, but Mega Kangaskhan can't. So you've got to run Sucker Punch, and I'm worried about using that when I use it. So again, these are PP stall teams. And a lot like Durant, you can play these teams very fast. Like if you take a top leaderboard team and you try and win every battle in less than 10 moves, you can do it. And you actually will get hundreds of wins, but you won't hit thousands of wins. The reliability comes from playing very slow and very methodically and being very careful about what you're weak to and what you're not weak into. And the hardest thing, and the reason why these teams are really difficult, is for several of these games, the best option is actually to immediately attack. So there is a big balance between going for very slow strategies and also recognizing, actually against this enemy, I've just got to immediately kill it with Mega Kangaskhan. Because I can't PP stall. Like something like Heatran, for example. If you've got Aegislash and Gliscor in the back, you've just got to kill Heatran. Sorry, it'd be Suicune. But Suicune can't really risk multiple drops, I don't think. So both of these teams are hard to play really, really well, but quite easy to pick up and play quite well. So a big question, I guess, is which of these strategies is better? Is it Durant teams or Gliscor teams as two rough categories? And I think the temptation is to look at the leaderboards and decide, oh, this one's better because it has a bigger streak. But I don't think that's true, because the thing that always kills these kind of streaks, it's either a misplay, a mistake, or some kind of hardware error. So your PC crashes or your DS crashes. So most of the streaks are lost to that. So it's actually very difficult to look at these streaks and go, how many genuine losses are there where the team lost, not the player, not the DS. The team itself just lost the match because of enough bad luck or enough bad matchups or both. So I think when you look at these really big streaks, it's more of a judgment on the player than on the team. And sadly, you can't watch a lot of these teams be played because a lot of the footage of these teams in action doesn't exist. An issue with Smogon leaderboards is the obsession with cartridge play and the single photo being the evidence. I think emulator play is still actually banned on the Gen 6 leaderboards on Smogon, which is quite funny. But yeah, it's very difficult to make like a safe judgment on whether or not these streaks are real. It's not that I actually doubt anyone specifically. It's just the fact that like you can look at a team like a Durant team and go, yeah, theoretically Durant could probably get like 5,000 wins. I don't really question that. The question is, can a human avoid any kind of tilt? Can the human avoid any kind of serious mistake for 5,000 games in a row? And, you know, that's a very different question. That's not something you can measure just by looking at like how smart the person is, because everyone makes mistakes. Being smart does not stop you from misclicking horribly at like one point or another, or just like, you know, putting your DS down and forgetting it and then the power goes off. It's stuff like that which you'd be passing judgment on for these kind of streaks. So I don't actually think there is a best team in terms of provably the best team. All of these teams are really, really good. And a part of that is because the Maison it's just the easiest generation. But all of that is slightly misleading as well, in the sense that there is kind of like a fifth variant of teams. So you've got Durant and Gliscor, but I'd say a really, really good Pokemon in Gen 6 and in Gen 5, of course, is Chansey. So Eviolite Chansey is just an unbelievably broken Pokemon with access to Minimize. But what's weird about Chansey is Chansey doesn't pair well with these kind of Gliscor teams in the same way, in a sense that these Gliscor teams, what they want to be doing is they want to be switching as much as possible. You know, a typical game, you might switch 50 times, just PP stalling the enemy, and then do setup. Whereas Chansey can't be switching in and out because it has no form of passive healing if it's got Eviolite. It does have status immunity with Natural Cure, but you can't be switching in and out like that. Blissey could, but Chansey can't. And you need to be Chansey because you need the physical defense buff. But Chansey's teams still work. It's just that you play in a more straightforward way. So when most people think about stalling the enemy, you're probably thinking about using like Protect, Minimize, Substitute, and just waiting for the enemy to run out of PP while you sit there, and not while you switch. And that's basically how the Chansey teams operate. So Chansey Gliscor is actually still a very good pairing, but it plays very differently in the sense that you're not going to be switching back and forth between them a lot. Another bonus of Chansey is that, this is going to sound strange, but Chansey is actually an incredible sweeper with Minimize and Seismic Toss. And what's wonderful about Chansey is that you don't, like, if the sweep fails, it doesn't matter, because it's primarily a defensive Pokemon. It just so happens that Chansey also is incredible at sweeping. And for these sort of like Chansey Gliscor teams, I would say the third teammate is a lot less restrictive. You can probably put almost anything in the back and play really well. But obviously you do want to run a Mega, and I do think a lot of the Dragon Dance Megas are probably the way to go. You probably do want like ultimate speed because you are PP stalling. You also want a really powerful one, so again it's probably something like Mega Salamence or Mega Gyarados that you want. You could also run a non-Mega in the Chansey Gliscor team. I think Cloyster could run really well. Cloyster Shell Smash, and then Multiscale Dragonite was mentioned earlier. You could put that on as well. I just think, a part of me just thinks you're playing Gen 6. The enemy doesn't have Megas. You should abuse the Mega. You should use the Mega. So yeah, I've played a few of these streams, and I'm actually running... Oh, let's clear this thing. I'm running this, I think, for a while. At least until the streak is quite big. I'm going to run something like this, where I'm running Gliscor and 2 sweepers. I do think Mega Salamence is slightly like underutilized. And I'm also willing to sit through the tedium of Drapion in Gen 6. But this team is really good, I think. The threat list is very short. And I just think Mega Salamence is such an incredible get out of jail free card that that's what I'm going to be running. So yeah, that is the end of the podcast part of the stream. I will now answer questions from chat. Hello guys, yes, I'm back at home. I have a real microphone. This is rage. This is definitely rage bait. It's not just that. Where's the guy? There's a plan. There's a plan. There's someone inside as well who said that there's a guy inside who says that, oh, I've scouted the new Pike Queen. I'm like, okay, well, where is it? No, we'll definitely be emulating the 3DS games. Because I do not have a 3DS capture card and they're incredibly expensive. And also, there's several Pokemon I can't obtain. Like, if I want a Truant Durant, the Dream World does not exist anymore. There is no legal way to obtain these Pokemon. So it's not even like laziness. This is why people should be playing on emulator. And obviously with the bank announcement as well, a lot of these Pokemon are going to be permanently unavailable, particularly in Gen 7. So you can't get Durant in Gen 7 at all. Durant is still very good in Gen 7, so yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to do for that, but it's going to be unobtainable on cart. The resources will be in the video, I think. Alien. Yeah, I'd say Gen 6 is the generation where, like, unless you're completely new, you can just, like, grab some good Pokemon and just go for it. Pretty sure, but according to Bulbapedia at least, you can't get Durant. You definitely can't get Gligar as well in Gen 7. So Gen 7 is completely screwed, actually. Yeah, these games are also expensive. Yeah, Gen 6 is not as badly affected, but Gen 7 is screwed. So I'm on 600%. The real question is, do I I haven't played on this speed up before. The real question is, can I actually play without animations on, or is that going to be a problem? So I got the 442. What's your favorite gen? I don't know if I have a favorite gen. I do like all gens differently. I think my favorite gen might be Gen 5. But obviously the Gen 5 doesn't have the Battle Frontier, so it's not my favorite like in-game thing. Is there any difference between X, Y, and OS? No. They completely copy-pasted the XY Maison into OS. This is like as lazy as it gets. They've changed some of the NPCs in there, but that's it, I think. They copy-pasted so hard that if you use an ORAS Mega Evolution, the enemy will try and use Trick against you. Obviously, Trick fails. You can't trick a Mega Stone off a Mega Pokemon. But because Mega Salamence did not exist in XY, the enemy tries to use Trick against it. So they really did just copy-paste. Anyway, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and play with speed up without animations on. This is going to be incredibly quick. This is like a speed reading test, I think. Yeah, if I want to swap, I can go to the other team. So I did a test run first before streaming. I got to like 170 or something, and then I've been streaming since then. So I've never actually lost in the Maison. But yeah, a big part about obviously these early gens is just know that they're set for. One second, I've got the wrong settings in OBS. Professional streamer. You missed the podcast, Phyllis. The podcast, the first half an hour of this stream will probably become a YouTube video. Where is it? Oh, I haven't been on this PC in ages. This is my nightmare. Debugging live. Oh, it just didn't. Just didn't say. And I'm tempted to just delete this because there's no overlay anyway, so I can just probably delete this. But I'm not sure if that'll crash OBS. I'm excited for the Steven challenge. I have done a little bit of an upgrade, which I think is going to be live next week in a video. But we're bringing in like, so obviously my regular overlay for like Gen 3 and Gen 4 is just static, but I brought in webhooks for OBS to show additional things and to like change scenes basically. I don't know if that'll make any sense. Anyway, I'm just going to close this. I'm going to just shut down the WebSocket on OBS and change anything. Where was I? Yeah, also, I don't know the enemy sets very well. So Probass is not a problematic Pokemon. Is Life Orb, though. So this is the classic, make sure you count properly. So let's see how fast I can do this. So what I'd like to do, obviously, this thing is going to die after it's 10 moves because of Life Orb. So what we want to do is, this is actually the challenge of using Drapion is actually, you know, if I just spammed Protect and Acupressure, it's easy to set up. But what I need to do is I need to have enough Protect PP so that if like a really big problematic Pokemon like Cobalion comes in, I can PP stall Cobalion out of Iron Head. Because if I can't do that, I can easily lose. So it's actually really important to have Protect PP be conserved as much as possible while doing this. Substitute PP is far less valuable in the same way. And there's scenarios where, like, you know, Drapion gets like roared out or something and I have to set up again. And in that situation, I really want to have as much Protect as possible. So yeah, we've got Evasion. So I'm going to try and rely on Substitute and hope it doesn't hit too much. There we get the miss. Oh yeah, we're going. Oh, I forgot I turned on animations because of watching that video at the end of the last stream. So that's fine. We'll take a very quick break. I'll turn animations off again. So in situations like this, I do not need to pay attention to Drapion's boosts because I know I get the full setup. It's not a must, but it's really important on Protect, I think. You don't need to maximize Acupressure or Knockoff. Oh yeah, we used Knockoff. I was doing that yesterday, wasn't I? I was knocking off Life Orb, but I was so distracted by the stream thing. No, we should have used Knockoff, that's right. Anyway, it's fine. Does Drapion fully set up? So no, there's Cobalion 2, which is this. Actually, I don't know which one is the scary one. So Cobalion 2 has Sacred Sword, and I can't remember how likely I am to two-shot it because I've dropped a little bit of attack. I'm not max attack on Drapion anymore, so it's something like, I don't know, something like 50% to kill it. in 2 shots. If I fail that kill, it's omega scary. So the people who don't know, Sacred Sword ignores evasion and it ignores defense boosts. So if Drapion gets smashed by a Sacred Sword after a justified boost, remember knockoff is a dark move, so I give them the damage boost on the attack boost on justified. I can die. What's good about that is that Mega Ment does beat them. It's still uncomfortable though. But yeah, so Cobalion 2 is like in theory a bit scary. I would rather PP stall it out of Sacred Sword. And then there's Cobalion 3, which has Psych Up, which is very scary, but it only has Iron Head as its attacking move. So I can just PP stall it out of Iron Head after it uses Psych Up. And then Terrakion. I can't remember how likely I am to kill it at full health. It's about 50%. But obviously, if Terrakion survives, it dies the next turn. So it just means that it breaks the sub if it's got Sacred Sword, basically. So Mind Shao 4 is another pain in the ass because it can kill itself with high jump kick. It's also got Fake Out. I don't like facing it. Luckily, Mence kind of embarrasses it. So yeah, the Gen 5 Drapion strategy is you need to invest in physical defense and you just rest loop Sacred Sword, so you can PP stall them out of Sacred Sword. The problem is that if you have rest Drapion, you can't run rest, protect, substitute, acupressure, and a move. Attacking move. You've got to drop one of them. And if you're running rest, you're probably dropping protect. And then if you're dropping protect, taunt is a massive problem. Yeah, I think knockoff is better because it's much stronger than crunch, particularly on the first hit, which is the important one. We remove enemy items, which is often, you know, in that match it would have been useful against Life Orb. We remove Quick Claw. We remove Custat Berry. We remove leftovers from some of the defensive Pokemon that can be really annoying, like Umbreon. Yeah, I think knockoff is the best move. And remember, the first enemy, it can't have Flame Body if we use Entrainment because we give it a different ability with Durant anyway. So it'd have to, like, for Drapion to fail, the second Pokemon in has to be Static or Flame Body, and then the third Pokemon in has to beat Drapion and Mence. And if Durant survived turn 1, it's also got to go through Durant before Mence. And like the number of Pokemon that can do that is tiny. Like if I was burned, you know, maybe like Scrafty with Train. I honestly think I'd beat Scrafty and Umbreon though. And I think it's the same with T-Tar. I think I'm fine. And Dark Pulse, I think the problem with Dark Pulse is that I just open myself up to be hit so many more times. The thing is, in Gen 4, you can't run attack investment. So your crunch in Gen 4 is really weak. It's really, really weak. Whereas this Drapion is nearly max attack. And at +6, it basically kills everything. I've seen faster recover in Gen 6, yeah. The thing that really stands out to me, obviously Protect and Taunt are very common. And that's annoying, but whatever. There's been a lot of enemies where they're out of PP on their attack, and they would rather use Sleep Talk than Rest, which is just bizarre. So obviously Rest is like, presumably like -12 or something. Like it really feels like full HP Rest is just never used. Yeah, and also, there's no Megas in this game, so Knockoff never sort of like fails to get the damage boost against Mega Pokemon, like it does in Gen 7. So yeah, we're going to turn off animations. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good idea. So whenever I have a close match, please remind me to save the battle record, because I can store like 100 records, not like Gen 4 where I only get 1. And most attacks in Gen 6 seem to have regular AI in the sense that they don't get like discouraged weirdly. There's definitely still speed control. Like bulldoze is always used when they're slower, and they love using like flame charge, and icy wind is similar as well. In party. So yeah, I was when animations were off on my laptop, I could play about 30 games an hour, which might not sound like a lot, but it is. Particularly with this team, because this team's not fast. So I don't like this thing very much. I think, like, this is part of, like, optimization, right? So we could just set up Drapion right here. We'd have to use a lot of Protect PP, though. So what I should do instead is when it's about to use Earthquake, I go to events. We Intimidate. We keep doing this until it's at, like, -5. And then we just use Acupressure, because it can't do enough damage to kill us anymore. And we're also getting rid of Earthquake PP as we do this. So part of an annoyance of using Durant is enemy Pokemon run out of PP extremely slowly, which is sometimes a pain because I sometimes would rather them like approach death on their own using Struggle, but yeah, we do this. So like it's at -5. So this Earthquake is going to do like nothing now. We just spam Acupressure. I wonder if I can do this. This is a bit dangerous. I probably shouldn't. I'm only going to do this because Caracosta does nothing. Oh yeah, this is fast. But I think Mence was underplayed because although Maison has been played a lot, it was played a lot when XY was new. I think if Mence came out in XY, a lot more teams would have had Mega Mence. Explosion is definitely more likely than in previous gens. I've been exploded on early so many times. I've only played a few hundred games. Like Explosion early in Gen 4 is obviously 2%. We know it's 2%, but, you know, I don't know. I've got about 15,000 games in Gen 4. I've probably been exploded on turn 1 about 20 times. And then early Explosion maybe like 50. I've got 30 times less games in this gen and it already feels dramatically more common. But the thing is, Mence doesn't really care about Explosion. Like, obviously I don't want them to explode early against Mence, but Mence can take it. Like, if Mence gets one Dragon Dance up, it's over unless they have, like, a Rock type or maybe Electric type. So Venusaur 4 is an easy Pokemon to beat. It sometimes does use Protect on turn 1. Not that time. It is a little bit random what it does. So then we substitute and it's easy. This thing can't break the sub without Sludge Bomb. And against Sludge Bomb, we always get warned of it. Because we have an entire turn between the sub breaking and having to reuse it again. That. This is too fast for me to read. Which is maybe fine. Like, maybe I should be playing the matches where it matters slower anyway. I don't think Maison is solved, no. I think every team is a bit too weak to either freeze and or explosion and or just horrendous matchup luck. Thanks, Shiny Fish, yeah. Anyway. Like, in Gen 4, when I'm sweeping with Drapion, I do pay attention. Honestly, in Gen 6, if it's not Cobalion, and only some trainers can have Cobalion, I really don't... Like, I guess there's Sylveon 2. Sylveon 2 has Psych Up, and I don't think I guarantee get the 2-shot on it. But I know it's incredibly likely. Thanks, Shiny Fish. So, Spiritomb, it's Pressure Spiritomb. I was going to talk about Infiltrator. But Spiritomb should be a problem. But obviously, if we remove their ability, it's no longer able to do it. So it's Burn Me, that's fine. This is another completely free win. Like, on paper, I'm pretty sure this is a guaranteed win. Like, for me to fail to win this game, I'd have to misclick. I mean, it's nice for the acupressure to go by quickly. It's funny that this is fast in Gen 4. Maybe I can... I want to try and push Melon DS further, but it feels like it just doesn't want to go any faster. Like, basically impossible to lose that. The thing is, even if someone got 10,000, is it solved? Okay, Darmanin-san. Needs to be a little bit careful about this because it's got Flare Blitz as a choice scarf. So it does do a lot of damage to itself. I think we will intimidate it just because of the damage roll at -1 attack against a +2 defense Drapion. It won't break the sub. I think solved would mean like there's realistically no way to lose. Like it would involve such low odds that it basically can't happen. It's always going to be possible to lose because you could just like miss taunt forever against a bright powder Pokemon or something. Now, this is a tricky one. Okay, so I did get the defense boost, so Flare Blitz doesn't break the sub. It's evasion I really want. Because once Darmanitan starts missing Flare Blitz, I get basically 2 free turns for that. Unlike in Gen 4, I actually do really care about my offensive boosts. I feel like at +4 attack and +2 speed, I probably already win. Where in Gen 4, I'm more looking at getting defensive boosts. Leftovers is 1/16, rounded down. I don't want to go below 7 Protect BP, ideally. I do have evasion. There we go. Should be over now. I've got no idea what my substitute HP is. Okay, so the last boost is evasion, but I might lose a sub. Thanks, Cisse. Cisse, your new emote is so good. I'm so jealous. That was factory. I don't think it's worth going for the last boost. Wolverine 4 is the old Lax Incense Oko set. The thing is, I can miss this and it's fine. Because I can easily still PP stall it, but it's better to, obviously, hit entrainment. Nice, you can lose in round 5 tomorrow. I find it really annoying to count enemy PP when they miss every other turn. It's out of Fisher. He hit the last sheer cold as well. Classic. Yeah, I think this is easier to play than Gen 4 in some ways because there's so many games where I do not need to count boosts. I don't enjoy counting boosts on Drapion. I think it probably was partly intentional, but they probably did not think about the battle facilities. Like there's a distinct feeling right after Generation 4 they just stopped caring. So we could risk getting hit by Blizzard here. It doesn't really matter if Drapion faints because you've got Ments. But I just think it's good to get into good habits. Interesting Destiny Bond. You see, full health Destiny Bond would not happen in earlier gens. And it is actually quite common. It's not just it can happen, it's quite common. And that's another thing I'd be scared of, actually, because let's say you're sweeping a Dragonite and Froslass comes onto your screen, just like, oh yeah, Dragonclaw, or Outrage. Outrage, hit them down to Sash, Destiny Bond. Dead. I'm not sure if they would see the kill through multi-scale. I've got no idea on that. Maybe it's safe, but, you know, other Pokemon that you would sweep with could also be vulnerable to that. I just think there's a tremendous chance that you mindlessly think, oh, I'm set up, I can just spam the attack button. And then they freaking, they just rip it. They just rip the D-Bond. And you know, part of the reason about the Durant teams I said with one setup sweeper instead of two is you're a bit more vulnerable to something like that. Oh, the scam train is gone, thank God. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing slower now that I have to commentate, but it's fine. We're not in a rush. I'm not sure if I'm enjoying Gen 6. It's definitely different, which is nice, but what's really nice is because I haven't lost yet, like, if I get a streak of 1,000 and I lose and I go back to like 300, there's a sense that, like, oh, I need to get back to 1,000. So I don't really cherish the wins, but because this is my PB, I can just be like cherishing the journey rather than the destination. Also, I think I'm not joking. Earlier this week, I was sat down on the sofa with my laptop streaming. And I was playing Durant, and my head, you know when your head, like, your eyelids start to shut and your head like tips forward and you sort of jolt yourself awake because like your head was falling forward. It started to happen to me. I actually had to sit down in a less comfortable position to stay awake. Ah, this thing's annoying. This thing always loves to use Protect. We should always go for the entrainment on turn 1. Oh, nice. Okay, we got a good one. So yeah, again, I think the fastest way to set up here... Actually, it's probably faster to use the keyboard for this. If we PP stall it out of a few earthquakes... Like, in theory, it's faster, like, to set up Drapion directly, but the thing about, like, Intimidate cycling a bit like this is that I can then just brain off spam acupressure, and that's really fast with speed up. So we can just do this now because it's got no chance. And I don't have to read the boosts. I do think there's a weakness of Durant teams that because I don't know how many, like 80 to 90% of the games are just wins. Like I just always win this game. Even if it protects on every single entrainment, I'm going to get enough Intimidates off that I'm just going to set up Drapion and win. So, like, I think... Oh, fuck, I put the sub. Oh my God, it's Tyrantrum 4. Okay, you gonna miss? You gonna miss? My speech about paying attention, I get stop paying attention. There's the miss. I totally forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I think having guaranteed wins, theoretical guaranteed wins, is bad for you. It's bad for your concentration. This is easy. It's a stall set. This is another guaranteed win. Like, it can break the sub with Energy Ball, and it will attack. So Gen 6 AI at least is aware of how Substitute works. I think if it didn't, it might be, like, solved. So this Sceptile, like in Gen 4, just Sceptile would be using Leech Seed here. It is reliably attacking. This is my first evasion boost. I don't think it can break the sub anymore. Yeah, what I definitely can't do is play this streak non-stop to like 5k. I'm definitely going to have to take breaks or play different gens or play different teams. Or all of the above. I'm pretty sure the Gen 5 logic that switches out after being choice locked, I think it's identical in Gen 6. So the logic behind they kind of patched choice scarf trick in Gen 5. So what they did was, if the enemy is locked into a move, an attacking move, and that attacking move does no damage, for example, it's using Earthquake against Gyarados or something, it's always going to switch. And if it's locked into a status move, it's got a 50% chance of switching every single turn. But that's it. So if you lock the enemy into like Aerial Ace with Choice Scarf, and you send out Registeel, it is just going to sit there. So it still kind of works. If Gen 10 revives Battlefront 2, probably both. Probably both. It also depends on how hard it is. This is turn 1 of the battle. I can tell that by the fact I haven't used any PP. Another burn. Yeah, Tyrantrum is kind of like Gen 6 Rampardos 4. Because it's choice banded and it's got head smash and it loves to use it. And yeah, the problem with Rampardos 4 and Gen 4 was that it kills itself so quickly. It's not actually the fact that it just does damage, it's the fact that it dies while doing its damage. Oh, this guy is the Intimidate guy. All of his Pokemon have Intimidate, except because it's Gen 6, they can also have different abilities. They always actually have Intimidate. No, that is truly odd. I don't really want to switch into Wild Charge, so I think this is going to be a slow setup. So we'll substitute on this turn in case it swaggers again. Or captivates. No, Shedinja's not. I tell you what I almost did as well 2 days ago was Chandelure was out. So Chandelure has Calm Mind and Heatwave. And I was just clicking buttons. And I'd been in for about 14 turns. And I knew that Chandelure was at like +4 or something on Calm Mind. and I did not know how many special defense boosts I had. And I didn't put the substitute back up, and I thought, I probably actually should put it back up. And I did not have any special defense. And it hit the next 2 attacks. So I would have lost. Well, not lost. Salamence would have won, but theoretically it could have been close. I really want defense. In fact, I probably need 2 boosts to live the wild charge. But yeah, one of the scariest I think one of the scariest opponents, it has to be lead Volcarona 4. For whatever reason, in Gen 5 and Gen 6, Volcarona 4 is max HP, max defense, bold, but it still has Quiver Dance, and obviously it's Volcarona, so it hits stupidly hard. So if it Quiver Dances and crits you, you're like almost certainly gonna have a close game. Durant handles that well, but like I didn't know what does Mega Kang do against lead Volcarona 4? That is a question I would ask Jumpman. Because you could argue, well, first off, you could use Return. The problem with using Return is that Volcarona can have Flame Body, and you hit it twice, so 50% chance to be burned, basically. You could use Earthquake, less powerful than Return, doesn't make contact, but against Volcarona 4, you don't really do enough damage, so you're going to have to use Return the following turn anyway. You could just say, screw it, I guess I'm getting burned, maybe, and use Power Up Punch, go up to +2 attack, which offsets the burn. But then you take burn damage, and you've done like no damage in return. If you, so I don't know what you actually do with Kang. I think you probably do Earthquake. But you can't go Suicune because of Quiver Dance, and you can't go Gliscor because it's Volcarona. Is there any Pokemon traders work on? Yeah, there's Magic Bounce Espeon. 1 in 3 chance for it to be Magic Bounce, but if it is, obviously it doesn't do anything. So I X's or Espeon. And it also doesn't work if the enemy Pokemon uses Trace. Because they already have the ability then. I've done that countless times. There's defense, okay, we're fine. We were already fine, but... Okay, so one of his Pokemon did actually run Intimidate. There's also, there are actually like themes to these trainers, a bit like in Gen 3 as well. Yeah, Magic Bounce also works on Confide. This thing's gonna Flamethrower. I don't know if this is a Gen 6 real thing. I feel like whenever I'm dead to multiple moves, it always uses the strongest one. So, like, obviously Hurricane kills Durant, and so does Flamethrower. I'm pretty sure it's going to use Flamethrower, though. I feel like they always use their strongest move, even when killing. That might not be true. It might just be because it's, like, weak to it as well. Maybe there's, like, a boost on Super Effective that also runs independently of Kill AI. I mean, that was Flamethrower. If I'm ever feeling like impatient, I can always set up Mence instead. No, I just changed teams. I didn't lose any streak. The Mega Kang team is appealing because it's probably the fastest good team. But I think the Mega Kang team is also the hardest to play. In the sense that I think if you get your tactic wrong with Mega Kang, I think you can instantly lose. Whereas the A// team with Gyarados is like if you really mess up and something faints, you're still gonna win. You're gonna be massively favored to win. Do they have? I just substituted twice, didn't I? Or practiced twice. I've messed up. I played this badly. It's fine though. Well, maybe it's not fine. Yeah, they sent out a Pokemon with Truant. I think it fails as well. There are more abilities that Entrainment fails against in Gen 7, but we don't have to worry about them yet. Like Mega Absol is also Magic Bounce, I guess. I think one or two of them might be ongoing, but they've basically been abandoned, right? I don't know anyone who is actively playing Maison, apart from me. Unless Squilliams is doing some... I know Squilliams played some Maison doubles. I don't like... there's no one I know of that is streaming at like 1,000 wins, though. I'm expecting Trick Room. We could play a game where I say what I expect to happen, and then we can learn about how the AI operates. So the Trick Room is really nice because obviously Trick Room runs out after 5 turns, and they can only attack every other turn, so they spend so much of their time setting up Trick Room. Like, it's going to use Trick Room again here. Yeah, so Maison doubles, there are also a lot of tools to use there. The big one, obviously, is that... So, level 1 bait existed in Gen 4. So, Focus Sash, level 1, Protect, and Endeavor. But in Gen 6, you don't have to run Focus Sash because you've got Sturdy. So you can run level 1 Aaron with Sturdy and the item Berry Juice. And what that means is Aaron gets hit, goes down to 1. Berry Juice heals it up to full because it's only level 1. And then if it gets hit again, it goes all the way down to 1 again. So it takes 3 attacks to kill Aaron. And it's immune to Sandstorm. So Aaron is like really good in doubles. What I'm not sure about, does the AI understand the Eviolite boost? Basically, does the AI ever actually try and attack Dusclops? It's often Dusclops and Aaron, I think. Because if the AI understands the Eviolite boost, Dusclops is basically never going to be hit. It's fine, we will sit through it. I've lost count of the Trick Room turns, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, this is... We just need to continue the meme of the tooth. Toothless. Toothful. Gum Queen, Gum God. No, Endeavor doesn't heal you. It's not Pain Split. You could run a Shell Bell. It probably wouldn't even be that bad. So there's no Trick Room active, so I can kill this. Oh, we got effects board. Wait, what? I didn't even see what status it was. No, you're not slower with Aaron because of Trick Room. So turn 1, use Protect and Trick Room, and then use Endeavor or Protect. Alternating for the rest of the game normally, unless it's like a ghost type or whatever. This is another one where, technically speaking, it's optimal to PP stall Earthquake. Yeah, you want to outspeed them, yeah. Oh yeah, another thing I saw which really surprised me was who was it? Was it enemy Gyarados 4? It used Dragon Dance even when it was only at +6 speed, and it still had attacks. And that would never happen in an earlier gen. So it was only boosting its attack. Yeah, the way the Aaron team works is you basically kill a Pokemon every single turn you want to. Because Aaron is the slowest Pokemon, then the partner hits them, they die. There's only one enemy on the field. It's disgustingly good. But I think you could also run a regular doubles team in this gen. Because you get access to Megas and they don't. The next time this appears, I might just set up Ments. They definitely like the thing about Gen 6 is enemy NPCs having Megas was extremely rare. It's less rare in Auras, but in actual X and Y, it's like who gets a Mega? Like Lysander. Your rival doesn't get a Mega, I think. The champion, I think, like there's almost no one. And then in Gen 7 and in Auras, they're like, oh, who cares? But the original philosophy of X and Y, I understand why they didn't put Megas in here. I'm pretty sure we will roll it. Like, a nice thing about Knockoff as well is that it's got way more PP than every other move. Like, 32 is so much. The chance of critting one of these is so high. Yeah, I think Megas are forced to be last as well at story battles. There are definitely way more trainers in Auras with Megas. I'm actually not sure. I know it's crits are only 1.5. That's actually another reason why the Maison is much easier than previous gens. Something like Suicune is so much less afraid of being crit. So, oh yeah, I EV'd for that. Yeah, we die to every Vaporeon set, which is good. Muddy Water. Muddy Water is set free. Muddy Water, Blizzard, Aquaring, and Yawn. Okay. Aquaring first, okay. We got the Spadef boost. Is it over? Because it's got to use up Muddy Water before Blizzard. I think it's over. I don't care about getting accuracy drops. Pretty sure it's over. Muddy Water only has 10 PP total. Oh, there is Yawn. I don't think it matters though. Yeah, it's Fairy. I feel like Diantha was meant to have more of a presence in the game. Because, like, she was sort of involved earlier. I mean, honestly, my headcanon is that XY was shipped about 2 years too early. They obviously weren't finished. I mean, like quite a large chunk of the game feels like it's unfinished. What's funny about XY is like actually the first like 3 gyms are pretty good. There's quite a lot of stuff and content, but I really feel like the back half of the game, I was like, oh, I don't know, like we're being told to release the game, so I guess it's done. Yeah, so you EV Durant to outspeed Manetric 4 with Choice Scarf, which is 258 speed. I think there's like Aerodactyl 1 or something is Choice Scarf with 200. So Aerodactyl 1 is faster than Durant, but you just never see Aerodactyl 1. Like, you genuinely never see it. I mean, they were obviously under huge pressure to release. The thing is, Gen 6 was disappointing, right? But at least it's understandable why it's disappointing. Like, there's a reason. Like, it was their first, like, 3D game. I don't know what the excuse for Gen 7, 8, and 9 was, though. I mean, there's really, really no excuse for Gen 10, right? Because they've been working with the Switch for almost a decade. Probably actually a decade, like behind the scenes. They would have had access to the Switch instantly. It's been a massive gap since Gen 9. There's no excuse for Gen 10 to be bad. I just think Gen 7 was like cutscene hell, right? I really didn't like Gen 7. I also thought Z-moves were incredibly dumb. I did not like Gen 7. I also thought competitive sucked. I distinctly remember in Gen 7, I played for like 2 hours, and nothing had happened except for cutscenes, and I just turned it off. I didn't play it. I think Dynamaxing is fun. I mean, the thing is, I'm not ingrained in the competitive scene anymore, so I don't actually care about stuff being overpowered, which makes it easier to enjoy. I liked if they put the Frontier in Oras, Gen 6 might be my favorite gen, but I just can't forgive them. I can't forgive them that they I can't believe they put the sign there saying it's coming soon. It's such unbelievable bait. Like, just put the maze. They should have just put the Maison on like Route 120. It's such unbelievable bait to put it there. I can forgive them if like the actual reason why the Frontier wasn't added is because of time. I'm like, okay, fine, but the fact that they put it in is just such. I don't know. Is it okay? We thought we had more time for Oras than we actually did, and we were too ambitious with the Delta episode, and there's no Frontier. Sorry, like that would be fine. I was so upset, and I was like, Gen 7, they didn't bring the Frontier back. I was like, oh, it's over. And then in Gen 8, they didn't even have a proper tower. And then in Gen 9, there is not a tower. There isn't one. It's just gone. Be careful. Be careful about complaining. Complaining in Gen 7 because it was not any different. And because they didn't bring back triples. Then complaining in Gen 8 because the Battle Tower did not track your streak and there were no bans. And then complaining in Gen 9 because there's no tower. I know the Delta episode was actually terrible. It's just a fetch quest, unfortunately. The animation, yeah, the animation with Rayquaza was cool, but like, yeah. Anyway, be careful what you complain about. Problem is, we remove its ability. Anyway, I really don't like this thing. This is definitely a Mence game. There's no point in Mega Evolving yet. So it's gonna die. Like, how much did it take? 80. No. No, Gen 6 changed rounding because Pokemon die in 4 turns with struggle always. So it took 81. I do not have much time. But I think it's better to set up than not set up, obviously. I would love a miss. A miss would be amazing. I'd love a miss. A miss would be amazing. We could have gone Drapion and just used Protect. I feel like it's better to do this. It's so damaged already. I think we just go now. I think I'd rather be at like half at +2 than really low at +3. Oh, Rampardos 4 is really bulky. Yes, that is true. This is very scary. I think we just Mega. Yeah, we have Aerialate. It's fine. We do beat this. It is max HP. Oh. Interesting. It's never missed before. I mean, not gone for Draco before. The problem is I can't knock off this. It's Life Orb, but I can't knock it off. Oh, we should have saved that. Yeah, I keep forgetting. It's fine. It's fine. Wow, it boosted again. So +1 Earthquake doesn't kill. Okay. With Life Orb. Or maybe it doesn't calculate Life Orb damage correctly. It's like Gen 4. Evasion. Well, it's very tempting to just go with this now. The Pokemon series has always done great music. Oh, come on. We got +6 evasion. Surely it's enough. Double defense. It's over. Put the Frontier in OAS. I think it's my favourite game. I just can't forgive them. I'm actually quite low. And it is a legendary trainer, so Cobalion could be in the back. So it's weird. I need to heal. That breaks. Okay. The thing is, if I substitute again, I actually can't PP store. So it's either going to be Charge Beam or Thunder Wave. Ooh, no Thunder Wave. That would be really unusual in earlier gens. Give me Spadef. It's going to Thunder Wave here. Okay. It's evasion I really wanted. Okay. +6 Spadef is fine as well. Should live 2 surfs now. That's weird. How concerning is Encore? Does it want to use Encore? It used Encore, but it's too late for Togekiss. Holy speed up, Batman. Well, I'm glad Egg was in the back and not in the front. There's our first entrainment fail. My attack. Does Fly break the sub at -1? I feel like no. I'm getting annoyed at the... I think we can just do this. Yeah, it doesn't break the sub, which is funny. Okay. No. Protect is too common to deserve a battle record for it. I've got no idea what this boost is. Okay. Oh, thanks, shiny fish. Static? Static? What's lost? Wait, no. Wait, that's a little bit concerning, right? What is the EV investment on this thing? Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's incredibly over. I feel snow. Again, are you gonna heat wave or focus blast? It feels like it's always a stronger move. Based on pure vibes. Right, time to forget to put sub up and get burned by heatwave. Special defense immediately. How about evasion? 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 See, this is awkward. Oh, this is terrible. I mean, it's only got 2 heat waves left, right? Well, not in earlier gens. If it kills, it doesn't care. Oh yeah, it's over. The temptation to go on speed up click spam on this probably would work. Durant 4 does have entrainment, so it can do the reverse. So roller skaters are set 3 and set 4. There's actually quite a big deal here because Men's 3 is special, Men's 4 is not. Luckily, we don't care. Got a crit. Now, is it absolutely guaranteed to Earthquake? I'm not sure. Great time to be wrong. I'm not doing that again. But yeah, the fact they put entrainment on Durant 4, they must know. Just get defense. Just get defense so it's over. Evasion. That's not defense. There's defense. It's over now. Be a bit careful. Some of these dragons have Dragon Tail, which forces a swap. Substitute does block it, of course, but you know, maybe you're stupid like me and you like doing it in the Gen 4 setup. Static? Boring. Now, Thunderous is a Pokemon I specifically prepared against. So, Durant was originally, what was it? 9 IV. No, it's actually, first it was 25 IV in Spadef with a naive nature. So we died to, what was it? Discharge from Thunderous, so it wouldn't use Taunt. Because Prankster Taunt goes before Entrainment, even if Thunderous is slower. And I was thinking some more. I was like, oh, actually, it'd be kind of annoying if I Entrainment Raikou and then it goes Volt Switch. So I don't want to die to Raikou Volt Switch. But I do want to die to Raikou Thunderbolt. And I also don't want to die to Thunderous Volt Switch. So we are now, we're not max HP, we're like 220 EVs in HP, 161. And we're 11 Spadef naive. And the min roll of Volt Switch is 160. Unfortunately, a consequence of that is that we can't go any lower because we start dying to other Volt Switches as well. A consequence of that is that Thunderous 1 doesn't kill us. Okay. It's Thunderous 1. So it's gonna Thunderbolt here, I know it is. I'm not sure. Like, this is what I'm gonna predict is gonna happen. I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna swap back to Durant. Thunderous is gonna use Thunderbolt. And then it's gonna use Protect as I swap back. And then I'm gonna get Entrainment off. But if I'm wrong about that, I'm like very wrong in a very painful way. What is my alternative though? I could just let Durant faint here. Because I'm pretty sure after it kills Durant, it's going to use Protect against Mence. And we're faster anyway. So I'm pretty sure I could... But I guess it's got Toxic. Okay. I don't want to get Prankster Toxicked. I sub on Prankster Toxic. It's going to protect the turn after that. Oh, it's a pain, isn't it? It's a pain. I might get enough roosts to kill it. I don't think I want to try that, though. Alternatively, maybe Drapion just sets up on it. Because it wastes so much time on Protect. I think I'm going to swap to Drapion. I really think the most likely scenario here is Thunderbolt and then Protect. I really think it's going to Protect here because obviously it can't Toxic against Drapion. Now, if I'm unsure, what I could do is I could use Protect here because it has Prankster. Its Protect goes before my Protect. So my Protect fails, and I can use Protect on the following turn against Thunderbolt. So it is kind of free to use Protect here. Because I'm either right, and then I get Black Sludge healing, or I'm wrong, and I've just Protected on Thunderbolt, which is what I want to do anyway. A braver person might click Substitute or Acupressure. I think it is going to Protect here, though. Yeah, see, I do have a bit of a feeling for the AI. So it's not going to Protect now. I've never seen it double Protect when it has a viable attack. But because our Protect failed, we can just Protect now. So, using previous logic, surely it's super likely to Protect again now. Because I'm pretty sure it likes to alternate. The thing is, Durant switching in on a Thunderbolt is not that bad. Unless Thunderbolt kills. It's very unlikely to kill. I do think it's time to go to Durant, though. Please, please use Protect. Yeah. The AI is not predictable, but I have noticed this pattern with alternate turn Protect spam. And now we kind of just win. So it's going to Thunderbolt here. Because it protected. It's going to protect on the next turn of non-thingy. Yeah. It is one of the most noticeable things. I don't know how the protect is coded though. I mean, maybe because it's Prankster, it prefers protect as well. Theoretically, if this thing used Thunderbolt more randomly, it would be super scary though. Right, that's definitely a save. That was a sufficiently interesting game. This thing is also a massive pain because of fake out, detect, and high jump kick, and high jump kick can miss. It's got life orb. I think I do always attempt the entrainment. If it fails, I have to go to Mence. Okay. You think about this. I'm pretty sure it can't break the sub. Yeah, it can't. Okay. And just like Thunderous, it wants to use Protect every other turn. God, Mence games are so much quicker than Durant into Drapion. Cabalion lead. Cabalion leads are not as interesting as Cabalion the back, though. It's the worst thing that could happen here. Probably Protect. It is Life Orb. I'm pretty damn certain it's about to use Protect again here. And then it's going to alternate. I lied. Okay. I think close combat hits sufficiently hard for me to want to do it this way. The thing is, because Cabalion's in the lead, I know it's not in the back, and therefore my PP management does not actually matter very much. Instant defense, it's over. Defense. Wait, I got +6 defense. Okay. Unbelievably over. I'm gonna speed spam click through. This is dangerous. Don't use at home. He only has legendaries in the back. I think that was safe. I would have chickened out if Terrakion came out though. Excadrill does have Life Orb, but that's the only issue. It's much faster than this on the keyboard. So because this is Life Orb, I think it is valuable to actually do this properly and get it super low on the attacks that. And then we can do this. don't crit the knockoff. Or maybe, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. What is the new? I really haven't thought about it. The thing is that PvE play is so different to regular Pokemon. There might be something really good in Gen 9 that for playing against the AI that I haven't thought about. It probably still is Durant on top. I just think terrestrialization would be so cool to mess around with. I was not aware that I didn't always... I guess I shouldn't attack Breloom on turn 1 actually when I sweep. Effect Spore Sleep feels like a real way to lose. I was a misclick, don't I? Durant is choice scarfed. The FAQ should be up to date. I'm not super certain. I don't think I've made changes since then. Houndoom Go is going to dip his head now. Please. There. Yeah. It's a very long idle animation though. It's alright, you don't have to apologise. The FAQ is not great. Like, it's not a full write-up. It's just my thoughts. I really want to just sweep him with Ments. Thank you, Phioxis. To be honest, I'm just enjoying it because it's a bit different. I don't think I'm going to stay enjoying it. But I think a bigger thing is I feel like I'm not chasing anything. Whereas with Tower, I feel like I'm chasing my PB. I'm just going to feel miserable until I get back there. And with Gen 3, even though I've never lost in Gen 3, wait, what? It exploded, did it? I feel like I should never lose in Gen 3, which puts a lot of pressure on me. Whereas if Durant gets, to put it politely, if Durant gets dicked, I won't feel that bad. Alexius. Valid. I believe you. I don't think this thing breaks a sub even at +0. I mean, particularly if you don't hit me. I lied. I lied. It's a roll. It's over. Caught lying. I think most streaks are lost. Genuinely lost. Who hasn't finished their Maison streak? GG unit. Yeah, it's just GG unit. And honestly, I'm not saying GG unit has lost. And I'm not saying he's a liar. But I just think if you're at like 4,000 and you've never lost, and then you lose at like 4,500, you might as well just leave it. Just pretend you never lost. There's no requirement. There's my defense boost. Oh yeah, it's over. It's over. Drapion has ascended. Just the sight of Talonflame triggers something in my PTSD. I'm like, wait, there's a problem. I can't be bothered. The thing is, with Sword Stance and recoil moves, this thing does actually drain a lot of Drapion PP. That's my cope for doing the lazy far setup here. We can get +5. I don't think... Like, what's the practical difference between +5 and +6? Like, some of the rock types, some of the ultra defensive rock types live. I'm a little bit concerned about Sylveon too, you know? I think I'd set up Mence against Sylveon too. Okay, that's 4. Yeah, the sub uses your live stats. Actually, the speed. Oh no, you said special defense. The thing about Gen 6 is that there's no dynamic speed. So if I Mega Evolve Mence, on the turn I Mega Evolve, I'm 162 speed. I don't get the speed boost from Megaing. But in Gen 7 I do. But the fact that Mence doesn't get the speed boost is actually why Greninja is a problem for the Mence Aegis / Gliscor team. Because obviously if I could just Mega Evolve and be faster than Greninja and I just kill it, it doesn't matter. But the fact that it's faster than me until I Mega Evolve... Yikes. Yikes. Is it going to reset Misty Terrain? Yes, it is. That makes this free, I think. I mean, it wouldn't have been a problem. It's just like, I'd be less likely to kill them. Honestly, once Mens gets a +4, it's basically over. Like at +4, we murder every electric type in the game. Why did I sub? It's pointless, waste of PP, isn't it? Am I fully boosted? How many times did it use Baby Doll Eyes? Okay. What's disgusting about Drapion is that even if Drapion gets frozen, it's still probably sweeping. Just because the enemies can't do anything to it. It's just the combination of battle armor +6 evasion, +6 defense, +6 special defense. And Drapion is already, like, it's not super bulky, but it's bulky enough that those boosts are meaningful. You gonna protect? No. This is a fast game. Electros is one of the most horrendous 3D sprites by far, yeah. Almost forgot to do that. I shouldn't be doing it. I lose so much time if I have to set up again. That's a good question for this. I always interpreted it that way, but I'm not sure now. Maybe she's talking about you. Maybe she's saying you won like in a dirty way. You don't deserve. Because honestly, if I lost to Durant, I'd be like, you're not a real trainer. Okay, so we need to remove the item from this. I'm like, if I switch and Armado uses Stone Edge against Drapion on the switch, I don't think I can complain because that is in line with previous behavior. Because Stone Edge is a high crit move, even though Earthquake does more damage to Drapion, it can use it. I think both goes through. I'm not switching again, actually. I don't think it's good to switch here. It's already lost its choice band. I don't have to worry about it, like, living forever. I've got the defense boost. It's over. It's not completely over. If I get the next one, it's over. It's almost over. It's almost over. It's not over. It's not over. Still not over. At this point, it probably is over. Yes, it's over. Okay, it's over. This is special attack. It is just about possible to follow them. We don't like lead carbink. Lead carbink can have explosion. And it's a bit of a pain to use Ments against carbink for obvious reasons. Yeah, the AI in general, it does not swap unless you attack it, and then even then it's like random, or you give it a choice scarf. But yeah, if the AI like switched like 1% of the time, Durant teams well, 1% of the time Durant teams would still work, but Gliscor teams would hate it. Durant teams would also hate it, to be clear, but I think Durant would probably still be a meta strategy. I mean, they might do. The thing is, yeah, I don't know. Earth Power, Dragon Power, Flag, and Gosh. I'm not sure. I do not know the Gen 6 sets. I have like a few things of experience. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's Claydol 1 is Psychic Ice Beam, and Claydol 3 is almost the same as Claydol 3 from Gen 4, where it's Earth Power, Psychic Ice Beam. But it's got Ally Switch as well, which is a bit weird. And then Garchomp 2, just like in Gen 4, is special. Fire Blast, Earth Power, Surf. No Draco. Okay, Sandstorm is the 4th move. The thing is, like 90% of the time it's set 4, and the set 4s aren't a problem for Durant. I'm gonna predict. No. I don't want to say it. Evasion? Special defense? It's over. I mean, the scariest thing would be some kind of sound-based move that came from a calm mind or nasty plot attacker, right? I would say, in general, the battle AI improves. But I think you've got to understand, the people who play Frontier, part of the appeal is the fact that we do know how it works and it's exploitable. It wouldn't be very much fun to play the Frontier against humans, because it would just be impossible to get a streak past, like, 30. But if they really want... If they want to make the Gen 10 tower suddenly much harder to get big streaks in, just give the AI like a 3% chance to randomly switch on any turn. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. It's just that. Also, if you give them like a 1% chance to use a random move, it would kill switch stalling. I don't think 3 versus 3 singles is very interesting. It's because 6v6 singles, normally the better player wins, because there's enough time to come back and it's about macro game plans. I think 3v3 singles, there's a lot of matchup wins against humans, and there's also a lot of losses or wins because you got crit or crit them, or because you froze them. But Wolfie did play a lot of factory. It's still on his YouTube channel. Wolfie used to play a lot of Gen 4 factory doubles. He played them from the perspective of a very casual player, in the sense that he wasn't like looking stuff up. He was just sort of like vibing it. But it was still a lot of fun to watch that. But yeah, there's been ages since Wolfie did that. I mean, honestly, if they just gave it a Pokemon Explosion, it would have a similar effect. I think Evil Magpie might be regular Magpie. I don't think I'm the goodie. I'm in two minds about the animations, because on one hand, the animations are cool. On the other hand, it really does slow down battles. It's not right that we one-shot Agron. Obviously, if it's sturdy, we don't, but the fact that we usually do is wrong. Very wrong. Oh, it's so... The thing is, we kill this so slowly. With Drapion, it's got rest. I think we just set up Mence. Because Mence kills us way faster. I do like the sped up Dragon Dance animation. Because Dragon Dance without the speed up is way too slow. I do want +6. The Steven challenge largely being played offline. It's also going to sort of be on hold because I need to do Gen 3 Frontier videos before Gen 3 is released on Virtual Console, I think. Do some guides. The big time you set up Mence instead of Drapion is if the enemy Pokemon has Explosion. Because if Drapion only gets like 1 or 2 boosts, that's scary. But if Mence gets 1 Dragon Dance, I probably win. It's a lot safer to set up Mence when I don't have much time. Nice, I just completely mistimed that. Whatever. Defense, never punished. It's not confirmed, but I saw an Austin John video. Austin John Plays was talking about it on one of his latest videos. And he said there were rumors about it coming out in September, October, which is what I've heard from other sources as well, and it does make sense. But I think if Austin John says it, there's probably quite a lot of truth behind it. Oh, it's also Life Orb. I should have done this. I was not paying attention. That explains why Drillpeck broke the sub. Okay. Gotta pay attention here because I do want to be paralyzed. What? Mence was killed by something the other day. It was killed by what was it? It was something of Custapberry. Something of Custapberry broke the sub. It lived. It broke the sub, and then it exploded on Mence, and Mence died. I've forgotten what it was. Yeah, if I'd be paying attention, it wouldn't happen. It was the last Pokemon, or the second last thing. Yeah, it's sturdy. Yeah, I think it might have been Golem. I'm just not sure. It's fine. I would never lose concentration and do something stupid. That would never happen. I said to myself the goal was to get a 1,000 streak. Not because I particularly care about getting 1,000 or not, But just because then I can tell people I got 1,000 in Maison, and they'll take me seriously. I'm not sure what the actual goal is. If I play at full speed and don't commentate, it's about 300 hours for 10,000 games, which is a lot, but I could do it. I honestly think misclicks, like, not like cope misclicks, like actual misclicks. I think that's the thing that's killed most of my runs. Yeah, like, do I want to play 4,000 games of Maison singles? Not sure about that one. Doubles, maybe. Triples, maybe. Rotation, I could see myself enjoying, but I don't know. I was looking through some options for Maison singles, and I was like, there's not a lot I can see that hasn't already been tried. Like, I guess this team is technically no one has played this team before, but you know, I would not say this is an incredibly original team. It's still Durant Drapion with a fast setup sweeper. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people ask for. I should play a bit of all the gens. The thing that I'm really not looking forward to actually is Gen 5. Because Gen 6 and 7, I've got like the increased speed of the future gens and the touchscreen. But Gen 5, I just think I'm screwed, right? It's just like super duper slow. The thing is, Durant Multiscale Dragonite is an incredible duo in Gen 5. But it's just so boring. It's so boring. At least with Drapion, there's like the little mini game of try not to use Protect, try not to use Substitute, try and preserve the PP, and count the boosts. But Dragonite is just Protect, Dragon Dance, 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 Protect, Dragon Dance. And you start off with Substitute and then you just kill everything. I don't know what the best rotation team is. I do think that Turskin had a good go at it. I don't know how the rotation AI works. Like, I genuinely have absolutely no idea. It shouldn't lose. It doesn't even matter. It does. Yeah, I don't know about. That's why rotations would be interesting to me though, because I don't know what the best team is, and there's plenty of things to try that haven't been tried in rotations. It's Gen 5. I'm just like, I just can't see anything in Gen 5 that's better than Durant. Durant, Dragonite, and something. I've watched footage of rotations being played. It certainly looks pretty damn random. I'm not getting the boosts. Is it over? Am I gonna have to use Substitute? There's evasion. It's probably over after evasion. Okay. Everyone loves random move. I don't think anyone knows how rotations works. The person to ask would be Tursken. Because I think rotations AI is like genuinely no one has played against that. Like, is there like there's like one optional battle in the game, and then it's the Maison, and no one else. That's it. The thing is, I wouldn't be opposed to playing. Like the team I was playing was Gliscor, Suicune, Chansey in Subway in Gen 5. And it's quite interesting to play. It's like a sort of stally team. The problem is, if I lose with that team, I just can't imagine myself ever summoning the motivation to play that again. Because it's like, if I lost at like 500 with that team, I'm like, okay, screw it. I'm not doing that again. Because it's so slow. Durant is faster, but Durant is sort of soul-suckingly boring. Maybe Durant isn't quite as bad as I think it is, but it feels that way. Okay. It's Infernape 1 because it didn't attack us. I do not like Infernape 1 because of Encore. Maison triples is 66, yes. So Maison triples is like genuinely kind of easy. There goes the King's Rock. The thing is, though, it's because it's triples. You know, 6 Pokemon are attacking each turn, so I think things do die quite quickly. I don't know that. I haven't got like. I think because it's 6v6, you obviously have quite a big advantage over the AI. You've got a long time to make a comeback. The triples records are very long. I just don't want to get hit by Encore. That's why I'm using Protect. I don't mind being Encored now. Okay. I think what's fun about triples is you could probably play almost anything that has real synergy. Like maybe not Sun. I don't like a meme thing like starters only, but like if you want to play Rain, I'm sure that's viable. If you want to play like Earthquake Spam, I'm sure that's viable. Play a Tailwind team. Trick Room team. And having said that, I bet Min Max Sun could easily do well over 1,000. Like I would assume that a triples team that's weather based would run 2 weather setters. You'd have one in the lead and you have one in the back as well. It's a shame that item clause exists, you know, because it would be funny to do something like that. I bet you could get 1,000 with 6 dragons, though. You might have to bend what the original intent is there, but I'm sure it's possible. Oh, we got Unaware Quag. But it just used to see Spam's curse, so it's over. The real question is this is the... I should have checked the damage on Durant. How much defense do I even run? No, it doesn't matter. We're about to find out whether or not it's taunt anyway. So Stone Edge. That's 1 and 3. It's 1. Of course it's 1. I'm pretty sure that would only work in Gen 7 and upwards. It definitely wouldn't work in Gen 6. Oh, we don't lose. No. I hate playing against Taunt because technically what we should do is PP stall Taunt. Which is as boring as it sounds. You can, I don't know, but it's what YouTube thinks I like. The thing about YouTube playlists, right, is when you let a song complete, it just decides, oh, you like the song, so it shoves it in everything. In earlier streams, I did go hunting and actually click stuff, and I think it does have very generic music. Yeah, I think it's Gen 7 where it changes, where it's dynamic speed. Like, it would be a massive deal if Ment could get Mega Men's speed at the start of turns. Am I gonna bother waiting for Taunt to run out? It's gonna take like 60 turns. I'm not doing it. So if I lose to Cabalion in the back, it's justified. Special attack is a horrendous start. It's gonna use Taunt every turn. I just feel it. No? Okay. The thing is, I know from previous experience that it doesn't spam Sacred Sword at high evasion like you think it would against something like Aerial Ace in earlier gens. I mean, we do have evasion is very nice. The problem with doing this is you run out of protect PP, which is a big problem for like Cabalion too. I tell you what, if Cabalion comes out, I'll just switch to Mence. Because as long as Cabalion doesn't psych up, I don't think it can win. It's crazy that we haven't got a defense boost, by the way. Okay. Complaining always works. And we get hit by taunts immediately through +6 evasion. Flame body? Okay. That's the wrong steel. So, like, if my theory is correct here, it's gonna T-Bolt over Shadow Ball. Just because it does more damage. They both kill, obviously. I do think it just loves spamming the most powerful move. So I gotta be a little bit careful here. Because I do not want to get hit by Tri-Attack. because it can burn me. Special defense. Thing is, special defense doesn't really help until it's out of tri attack. It still breaks the sub at +4 because it got the boot. Okay, we got +6. Complaining always works. Free fast SPDF boost is insane. I was not relying on that happening. I mean, evasion is better because it saves us substitute PP. This is Spider-Man meme. I really hate Raichu 4. Hopefully this is Raichu 3. Raichu 3 will go fake out here. But Raichu 4 has got Encore. It does too much damage with T-Bolt. It's just... I don't know what Raichu 4 has used Encore before I've used the move before. It's happened. Magnet Rise, it loves to troll me. This thing is so annoying. There's Encore. Encore only has 5 BP, of course. Oh, are you gonna choke? You gonna choke? Nice. Okay, that's Encore gone. We have used quite a bit of Protect VP, but I think this trainer is super unlikely to have anything that can interrupt. Like roller skaters are flying electric, fighting, right? Bum, bum, bum. I did not know. I mean, it must be Talonflame 3. Apparently it's Focus Sashed. That's a bit of a problem, actually, for sweeping. So that's 2 attempts it gets at Flame Body. Obviously, it could just be Gale Wings. This thing does like using Protect. Just like that. I normally just go Menson back because it likes to serve Protect. It Venoshocked. And then it protected. Okay, it's never done that before. Let's... Why did you Venoshock? I mean... Surely Venosh... I mean, surely it protects here. Yeah. It is quite easy to get the... thing. I was not aware of Talonflame having Focus Sash. That is... I mean, obviously, Talonflame 3 is much rarer than Talonflame 4. So it kind of doesn't matter. I think I just... Because it's going to use Protect so much, I might as well just set up immediately. It's not going to spam Surf. And there's Spadef, so it's over. Zorak. It's a god. Luckily, Zorak is like not a problem at all on lead. It's just annoying if he uses protect, but I will know. I guess there's a risk, right? Of what would it have to be? Like Dark Pulse crit on the turn I go Mence on an unknown enemy where Zorak illusions into a protect mon. But even then, the crit doesn't matter. You could run Levani. I mean, you could run Volcarona as a sweeper. You could run, what is it? I mean, Venomoth is what Squilliams runs. You need to go Signal Beam though because of soundproof on Bug Buzz. This thing is a problem for non-Durant teams. This is Choice Scarf Guillotine. Or Guillotine. See? You know, that's actually really annoying because now I can't knock off because I risk critting it. I've got no idea if the AI... I mean, I don't think it would work because the AI would just react to soak, right? The AI's understanding of typing must be dynamic. You've got to be... If you've only got one attack, you've got to be really careful about what it is. It's not blocked by soundproof. It's not blocked by, water absorb or flash fire. I was not paying attention. I should have been using protect. The thing is, I think it's over anyway. This thing's just going to icy wind, right? I keep getting caught out by the fact that Gen 6 changed the struggle damage rounding, so they always die in 4. Coon. Ooh, it's Suicune 3 or 4. Potentially interesting. I mean, Suicune 4 isn't actually that interesting because of Icy Wind spam. It's definitely Suicune 3. So, interesting game. This is incredibly likely to be... The thing is, the only punishment here is back-to-back Surf, and the Surf has to crit. Anything else, I win. I guess Calm Mind into Protect is annoying. But I know it's Suicune 3 now, so I can just go to Mence. So it has to do that twice, at least. And then it's over. Are we in kill range? This thing doesn't have any investment. We were, okay. We weren't then, okay, definitely a roll. Being able to change what your HP total is with substitute is one of the best parts of the move, because you can just force them into attacking. We got Spadef. It's kind of over. Got evasion as well. It's over. Bum, 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 bum. The final boost is accuracy, which can actually matter against Cabalion 3. Bum, 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 bum. No, it's a bug. It's a bug. We'll call it Ant next time. Now, this thing is a men setup because of explosion. So this is going to be entrainment, fire blast, substitute, dragon dance, explosion. Do I mega evolve? Because I do want to live the poison jab if it goes for it. I mean substitute live. How slow it is. Holy. The animations have been. Fire blast. I was not expecting fire blast. I was expecting poison jab or explosion. Okay, there we go. So yeah, if the switch in has focus sash or lives, it's potentially interesting. It's gonna fake. No, it's gonna blizzard. It's not gonna fake out. It did fake out. I should stop trying to predict anything. So we could substitute here, going for the blizzard miss, but I think we just kill this. Let's Breloom last. I don't know. I really don't know how this explosion works. This feels really random. Okay, is it Suicune 3 or 4 again? It's unlikely to be 3 after that, really. Got the back-to-back Spadef. It's so over, Suicune. I'm sorry. Get evasion. Go on. The lack of evasion is actually maybe giving it a bit of a chance here. I'm slowly bleeding health. I'm up +6 Spadef. I should have used knockoff at like +2, because it wouldn't have killed with a crit, and I would have forced rest. It's not a huge deal, of course. I do want my evasion boost though. If we don't kill it, and Cabalion is last. Okay. Jensen is the intimidate guy. it's DD, which is meant to. I should maybe set up my own ments. It's a little bit risky if I misclick at all here. Speed? Speed forced ments to dance as well, unfortunately. It's evasion I want. Okay. And now, I guess I want defense, so if I brain fart, I don't die to the claw. Speed is going to force it to dance again. Perhaps not. There's defense, so now we don't die if I miscount. There's defense. Hey, it's over. Oh, that was really bad. I forgot it was. I forgot it was faster. Okay. Luckily, I don't think there's not an intimidate Pokemon in the game that can beat set up Drapion. So let's pretend that was the reasoning. I do actually want to wake up if possible. Good. I know Thunderbolt's a roll. And I know it's more favourable since I put a bit more into special defense. Freaking accuracy and special attack. Definitely the troll boosts. Speed is also a troll boost after the second, or after the first one even, when setting up. It's very difficult for us to miss, yeah. Even against Psych Up enemies, we knock off before we get hit by Psych Up, so they can't even have like Bright Powder or Lax Incense. I really hate this thing. It's another taunt user where I know the correct way to play this is to PP stall with switch spam. I just don't know if I can summon the will to do this. Because again, to do it enough, I need to do it enough that it's not going to be a problem for setup. I almost wonder, you know what? Maybe I don't entrainment Crobat. Maybe I just switch spam. Oh, Windows, what is this? What? No, go away. I had a heart attack, then I thought my PC was about to restart from Windows. I don't like anything with taunt, and taunt is unfortunately quite common. I can't even set up Ments because Ments hasn't got Protect. I'm not I'm not wasting a protect on the wake up. Yeah, taunt goes through sub, that's right. Taunt and attract and confide. What else? A few other sound-based moves. I mean, it is spamming taunt nicely. Oh. Right, it's got 8 taunts left. We're more than halfway there. Thank God for fingers. Imagine if I didn't have fingers. It might not be very much fun to play this. It's actually good that it's using it a lot. It is making this go by a bit faster. At this point, I'm definitely going to get the full setup without wasting Protect PP. It is technically optimal. Operative word being technically. You know what we could do? We could actually just knock it off because wide lens is annoying. Good lord, it's gonna actually run out. Right, it's got 1 taunt left. And that's it. Okay. So now we can just brain rot acupressure. You see, this is a lot faster than alternating between protect. Drapion is ascending. Look. All these boosts. Good luck reading them. I'm not bothering. What's last? Special attack. Classic. Everyone off special attack. My experiment failed. Somewhat fitting. This thing is fine. Just spams overheat. So we let it hit the overheats so that it lowers its own special attack sufficiently. At this point it's over. It can't kill me. Drapion ascends every battle, except for the battles where Mens ascends instead. It shouldn't ever fake out. I feel like we just stall out pumps. And we don't bother after that. Like, surely before then. Okay, we got the early Spadef. If we get speed, it's over. It's like super over. Super over. Just wanted speed so I can always substitute on the situations where I misclick past the taunt turn, the truant turn, and then we have to avoid the leech. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. Accuracy last. $499. Now, this is another Mence setup, because if we entrainment Breloom, obviously it doesn't have poison heal anymore. Luckily, Mence is so broken that we live. Our sub lives the Focus Punch. We don't want it to do that either, because it loses more health. And we don't get the Intimidate off, which means it does actually break the sub. The thing is, it can also Leech Seed, so we do still sub. It's not ideal. Yeah. We lose sub here, and then we put it back, and we're at +2, and it's not too bad. So Focus Sash Frostlass after a Breloom lead is a little bit unlucky. Of all the Pokemon to finish me off, Absol 4 is not it. Right, Battle 500. Veteran Heracross sends out Raikou. So we're completely fine against Raikou 1, 3, and 4 because they will just attack. Raikou 2 is a little bit more annoying because it's probably going to set up. Okay, it is Raikou 2, but I think it's fine. It's like, it should waste a lot of time on Magnet Rise, right? Obviously, if I don't make any mistakes, it's fine, but I can't assume that. I really hate using Protect on turns where the AI uses a move like Calm Mind or Swords Dance. It doesn't really matter, I just really hate it. Protect PP is also more valuable than Substitute, to be honest. Pretty sure it's over. This Charge Beam is only 10 PP total. It's only got 3 left. It's gonna Magnetize here anyway. See? I would never lie. It's gonna Magnetize here anyway. Wait, was that a dementia joke? The end of the battle, wait, a trainer. Or is that a typo, or is that an error in coding? This is an easy win. It's fine. It's interesting that Charge Beam doesn't have like better AI. That it's like sometimes randomly used as long as it's not immune. It's sort of like set up, but it's just obviously has nothing though. This thing's gonna run out of ice beams first. Yeah, I would celebrate 500 in most other gens, but probably not the Maison, no. Mashana. Surely we can just brain rot spam acupressure here. Mashana would have to go nuts with Calm Mind. I'd have to dodge every Spadef. Shall I go until I see... I've seen evasion, it's enough. I've seen enough. It's time to brain rot. You know what's funny is that this isn't even the slowest team. In fact, it's not even in the top 3 slowest teams. And this is the fast version of Durant. The slow version of Durant runs Whimsicott. No. The slow version of Durant runs Glalie, sorry. Drapion is much faster than Glalie. And the PP stall teams are slower than this. I almost just swapped on turn 1 for no reason. I chill onto Bulldoze, right, over Earthquake. No, Earthquake, okay. Bulldoze over Earthquake? There it is, okay. Why you fully PP stall the enemy. And then if the switch in isn't good enough for like Kang or Mega Gyarados, you PP stall the next Pokemon as well. I really want to set up. I reckon we make it. I reckon we ascend. Easy. Why did I doubt? Of course it would be first boost thing. Wait, it's got Dragon Tail. It's got Dragon Tail. I almost embarrassed myself. Yeah, it is now spamming Dragon Tail. I'm guessing it runs on a very similar train of logic to the Psych Up check, maybe even identical. The funny one is Generation 3 Acupressure. So Acupressure doesn't exist in Generation 3. So what you do is you get a Staff Berry, which randomly boosts one of your stats. And you put it on a Porygon with Recycle. And you just keep using Recycle, and that's your that's your Acupressure boost. I'm not joking. That exists. This is another Trick Rumor. That's not Drapion. It's not as it's not that good. Can we brain what now? There's nothing on this team. Okay. Nothing on this Bronzong. Look at the text. I can't read it. Like, special attack and special defense are too similar. I can read everything except special attack and special defense. Jolteon. Thunder Miss. I mean, we might as well keep it alive. What's crazy about the leaderboards, I think the biggest thing people missed is just not running Durant with reduced bulk so that the enemy always sees kills. Because I think every other team on the leaderboard runs a bulky Durant. But it's just going to trigger so many enemies to like use Volt Switch and stuff. Evasion. Special defense. Ironically, neither of those boosts matter if it rain dances again. Yeah. Another special defense, and then we live the thunder. Are you asking me, Ghost Rick? I don't play Pokemon casually, unfortunately. I just don't. I don't think I've played Pokemon in a normal way. Just like playing for the game. I don't think I've played it for over 10 years. Yeah, there are. They're in the FAQ. The Volt Switches. Zebra Strike or Zebra Strike or whatever you want to call it. There's a Luxray set as well, I think. They're rare, though. They're rare. Yeah, but I just... If you're asking how I played through this game, Alpha Sapphire, I put it on max speed up and I use Swampert. And then I used Primal Kyogre. Yeah, like I really don't find the main games enjoyable at all. It's not even a speed run, right? Like I just, I just, I just go through it. That's annoying. Ascend Drapion. Amazing, it did it on command. Unfortunately, because it's Calm Mind, it's not full brain mode yet. Evasion as well, though. Evasion again. Just get another special defense boost so I can stop paying attention. It's a little bit concerning, actually. I played the factory as a kid. / teenager. I find the main game very boring. I know the story. And I find it very easy as well. I was missing one. This thing again. I don't think my opinion is rare. I think a lot of competitive players don't enjoy the game. I enjoyed the game when I first played it. Like when I first played Gen 8 and Gen 9, I had fun. Obviously, I thought they were easy, but you know, I had no idea what was coming up, so I was experiencing things for the first time. But yeah, going back and playing through Emerald just has no appeal at all to me. I don't think the games are bad. They're just not for me. I enjoy playing Fire Emblem, but that's because I'm not a particularly good Fire Emblem player. So playing Fire Emblem on like hard mode, I find it challenging, and then I have fun because I find it challenging. I tell you what I tell you what I did as a kid. This might disgust you. I don't know. What I used to do as a kid, I'd save up to buy both copies of the game, and then I'd start the game, get the starter, trade it to the other game with my brother's DS, and then I do that for all 3 starters, and I go through the game with the 3 starters and whatever I thought was cool. And obviously, I had trade evolution. I traded Pokemon experience boost, and I had the 3 starters, and I did that for every generation. I didn't do it for Gen 9. I can't remember what I used for Gen. I think I just used. I just used new Pokemon I thought seemed funny or cool. So yeah, my when I first played when I first played Pearl, my team was like Infernape, Empoleon, Torterra, Staraptor, which is very generic. I do remember going and finding Garchomp with the strategy guide. I thought Garchomp was cool. This is before I knew it was good. What was my ass? I'm not sure. It probably was a HM slave. Yeah, I used to do that. But like, and I did the sort of completionist thing where, you know, when you go through a cave and you want to find every item. I was like that as well. So even with early gen mechanics, I was always, you know, suitably leveled. So I would play through the game and I would never lose, which I don't think is unusual. I think that's common. I never found Pokemon particularly challenging. I lost to the Elite Four, definitely. But I just did the thing where you just go into Elite Four and you keep spamming it until you get enough levels that you can beat them. Like, once you're about 5 levels lower than Elite Four, you can then normally just destroy them. I do need to, yeah. It's not a conscious decision. Right, Quick Claw Fisher. Quick Claw Fisher. Unlucky. It's over. I'm curious if it uses Earthquake or Fisher more. My impression of the Gen 6 AI is that it doesn't like using Oko moves as much as in earlier gens. Quick Claw. Oh, this thing has Stone Edge. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Okay. Last one. It used Earthquake every time. What are you doing? It does fish you. If Donphan hits Durant with Fisher, I would go Mence. I'd probably go Mence, go back to Drapion on 1 Stone Edge, go back again, then Mega Dance. Then probably I would just spam Roost until it's out of Stone Edge. It would have oh, maybe I'd have to go to Drapion twice. We'd have 4 left, and then I just win. It's not particularly threatening. It would have to Stone Edge crit Mence, I think, for it to even be vaguely close. And the thing is, because I go Mence and go back to Drapping Younger Mence again, even if I do all of that, it's going to be at like -2 or -3 against Drapion, even if it does crit Mence. And it would be Mega Mence, so I'd live any. Yeah, it wouldn't actually be that threatening, no. Special attack. I just want to pay attention until it's out of Fisher. Because I'm very aware that Quick Claw Fisher could hit at a random time. I've wasted a lot of PP doing this, is the problem. There was the last Fisher. Yeah, it would have to be Quick Claw Stone Edge crit, because otherwise I'm just on Roost or Substitute, right? You know what I should have done, actually? I should have knocked off the Quick Claw way earlier, just in case I miscounted horrendously. I don't think Registeel can do anything. Registeel 4 has Protect. That's it. Okay. But Registeel 4 is never going to win this game. It was Rock Polish, which is set to. So the worst thing that could happen here is Thunder Punch Paralyze. This thing's jolly max attack, so I don't think Substitute gets broken by Earthquake. We can go for another one though, just to be certain. I got the defense boost. It's over. It's so unbelievably over. Registeel's having a good time. Look, let's not talk. Is it Diamond? Is it the early Gen 4 sprite? Or is it Plat? No, it's Platinum, isn't it? Don't look up the Registeel Platinum sprite. That is a unfortunate, very unfortunate pose. It's Sash, which means it's Heatran 1. Registeel, Heatran, and Regice. The 3 Reggies. It's like the minions. The minions got frozen so that they wouldn't be active during World War II. Ah! No. We have failed. I didn't know this thing had Detect. Okay. It doesn't really matter. It should Outrage against Mence. And obviously that's completely free for Duran to come in on. It actually uses Detect. That also works fine. Get rid of its Fit Club. Get Evasion. Do we live if we get a defense now? Don't think so. Might be close actually. I should know this because it's a modified Gen 4 calc. Because this thing's jolly. It's not adamant. There's defense, so let's see. Oh, it's out. This is Reggie 1. Registeel 1, famous survivor in the Frontier. It's always existed in some variant. Although I think it should have always had leftovers. We're going to get defense immediately. We're going to get defense immediately. This is definitely how I lose. By being overconfident and not setting up the sub. There's defense. It's over. It's over. Use rest. Use rest again. Interesting. So that's not enough to trigger rest. So maybe it is 70% again. It's probably dependent on speed, of course. Oh, it's Cabalion 2, and I boosted it. Luckily, I've got plenty of PP. Like, I don't think we'd be favoured to kill there. Look at how much health it's got. I don't think we kill. Luckily, this thing appeared at a game where I was very... No, knockoff is stronger when you knock off the item. It's 1.5 times stronger. Why did you Metal Burst instead of Sacred Sword? That's really bad. Oh my god. Why did it Metal Burst there? It saved an entire PP. So if it Sacred Sword's here, then Metal Bursts next. It shouldn't do that though. It can then hit Sacred Sword in the final turn. The thing is, Mensk beats this, so it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, there is. So it just has to not use Sacred Sword here, and it's got one left to kill me with. No, okay. It's meant to run out one turn earlier than that. Are we dead to Ironhead? Because we have given it a +1 boost. I think so. I definitely go for the kill. Because we have Mence. I used quick attack. That's really weird. Tell you what, I'll save it. That's Cabalion 2 in the wild. Harbig. I don't like this thing. This thing's got explosion. So this is another Mence scenario. The problem with Mence here is that Moonblast always breaks the Mence sub, obviously. Power again. Okay, so we live at least. There's no crit on power. I don't think there's any point in Mega Evolving yet. Okay, that's good. So, because it didn't explode immediately, we should be in kill range of Moonblast here, so it shouldn't actually explode, if I understand it correctly. I don't want to Mega Evolve, actually, because then it it doesn't see the kill as often, because the Megas are much bulkier. Oh, thanks, Rick. See ya. Okay. I can go now. I feel like I'd probably go next turn. We're at half. Okay, that could have been way worse. Surely I can brain rot now. It's out of superpower. Steady, steady. I honestly think I can directly brain rot this because of Trick Room. I guess we can go for it now. Okay, so it does go for the kill over Trick Room. That's good to know, but we got special defense now. It's over. Da, 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 da. It's not Lander's 3. So Lander's 4 is Adamant, Lander's 3 is Jolly. But Lander's 3 would have used Protect, I think. Lander's 4 is another Mence setup, though, because it has Explosion. It's also got White Herb. So is it definitely going to explode here? Because Explosion does kill Mence. I wonder if Explosion's like more like a regular attack in this gen. It's a bad start, this. Turn 3 Explosion into Raikou. So what's really, really bad about this is it obviously Volt Switch now kills Durant because we took damage. So Raikou 1, 3, and 4 can Volt Switch on entrainment. And obviously I don't want to stay in with Mence versus Raikou. We're also slower than them all anyway. So this is about as bad as it gets. I am wondering if I should just try and kill it. Because I can just go Mega. The worst one is definitely Raikou 3, but Raikou 3 has Protect. And is quite likely to use it. I think we Mega. And we Roost. It's basically as bad as it can get. I think we Mega and Roost. I don't like Dragon Dance. Because even if we get paralyzed, it's worth something to be alive. It's 4. Okay. So I reckon I just sub on this Thunders. Go for a miss. The real question is, what do I do if one does miss? Okay. We could DD here. The thing is, we don't kill at +1, so it's not. It's not. Hit. Okay, so it's all three, which kind of sucks. Okay, hits all of them. Obviously we live, but we can get paralyzed this turn. Okay, it crits the thunder. I'd like a miss. I really would like a miss. We are going to get paralyzed if this continues. I'm now wondering about sacking Durand. Durand comes in on thunder. It's then got 4 left. So you would protect, sub, protect. So Drapion gets sacrificed. The issue then is... Well, actually, what it's going to do is it's going to use Reflect, isn't it? So he would sub-protect, wouldn't we? Not protect first. And it could miss. It could miss any of those thunders. I'm just very aware of how important Ments can be in endgames to get kills. We are already Mega, which is actually a plus. We could also just go straight to Drapion. If Thunder does not paralyze, we can protect. Then we can go Durant. Then we can go back to Drapion and protect, and then it only has discharge and extrasensory. But I give up the chance for it to use Reflect. Another option is that I just sack. I sack Durant. I protect. No, I think I might have to knock off. Knock off, because it'll be a damage roll, right? I might be paying the price for not being max attack if I miss that damage roll. It's 90-75, that's really close. How often is Mens actually doing the setup there? I mean, discharge is obviously... It doesn't do that much damage though after Roost, even if it paralyzes in the first attempt. But I guess I'm dead the next turn because it's them faster than me, obviously. I don't see Drapion setting up on discharge while damaged as being consistent. So I don't like that very much. Perhaps what I should do is go Drapion, just sit on protect, and then we go Durant. And if entrainment succeeds, we almost certainly win. And if entrainment fails, we'll have to use Roost again. I mean, we are gonna get paralyzed. I just wish there was a way. I wish there was a way to keep Ments around the best way while also preserving the chance of Reflect. What's the alternative? The alternative was just Roost. I'm so scared of Oh no! It's Raikou 4. Raikou 4 is not. Raikou 4 is not Volt Switch. Okay, I forgot. Okay, that dramatically changes it. Okay, that massively changes it. I'm glad I looked at it properly. That's definitely a tired mistake. We don't get paralyzed again. There's Reflect. Are you gonna hit every single Thunder? Oh my god. That's insane. This is the last one. Should be Reflect here, right? Okay, I think I can actually set up then. It's going to be random between Discharge and Extrasensory, and Discharge won't break the sub when I Roost. Just like that. I'm expecting Reflect to come back in when possible. There's the Paralyze. Okay, it was coming. It was a bit overdue. I think I just sit on Roost. Am I achieving anything by doing it? I mean, the thing is, I kind of need Mens to die. I guess completely optimally, Durant doesn't faint when it uses entrainment, which means we have to stall out Discharge. So we are actually playing for the Discharge stall. But yeah, it's random which move it attacks with, so it's probably not going to happen. Para isn't nerfed yet, no. I mean, we're not stalling Discharge. I'm not sure. We're not sure what the point of this is now. Do I want Mens to die? I mean, I can't swap. With enough boosts, I do have to speed again. If I get the... Not gonna happen. If I actually do get the +6, do I attack? It's not gonna happen. No, it's discharge. I need Extrasensory here. No, it's over. Okay. She went for Reflect, which is perfect. It's very possible for the last Pokemon to be Cobalion. Oh, I PP stalled Thunder. So Discharge and Extrasensory are both weaker than Thunder, so it's random which one it uses. Right, it actually can't touch me anymore. Because it's run out of discharge. So I can brain rot this. There's something really weird where it definitely saw the kill with Thunder. I feel like when multiple moves kill in Gen 6, I feel like only the strongest one gets +4. Or whatever it is for kill. And the others don't. So I think the fact that Thunder killed and Discharge killed, but Discharge has less damage than Thunder, I feel like that's why it didn't use Discharge. I'm just going to triple check that I've got L1 boosts. I do. It's freaking Moltres. That would have been so scary. Moltres would have murdered Drapion and Durant without setup. Yeah, that's definitely the closest game this team has had. I mean, that was everything. That really was. That was Explosion Landorus instantly exploding on Mence. Raikou 4 comes in and hits every single Thunder. And that is nuts. I think it missed one, but it missed like the 9th one or something. So we know that this thing has Detect, because it used it last time. Yeah. And this is either Outrage or Detect. Okay. I want to know whether or not Substitute gets broken here by the Earthquake. It doesn't, okay. It's probably a damage roll, right? Bump, 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 bump. I'm so glad I looked up the Raikou set again. I was convinced it was Volt Switch, but it was Raikou 1 and 3 that are Volt Switch, not 4. Ugh. I don't want to use Protect because I know it can Calm Mind, and I hate protecting on Calm Mind. It feels like a waste of a turn. It feels like I've been outplayed by the dumb AI. I mean, there's special defense. I really shouldn't be using Protect any. Yeah. Just get Evasion. Evasion is the best one for speeding up battles because we don't have to watch the hit animation. Evasion, evasion, evasion. This thing only has surf as an attack. Okay. And it also wants a stockpile. There's special defense. We can brain up now. Choice Scarf, Guillotine. It really likes using that. I really feel like Oko moves are way, way rarer in this generation than they used to be. I'm just going to set up Mence. It crit, but it didn't break the sub. That's disgusting, dude. This thing is funny because the refrigerate versions will always go for Hyper Beam. Yeah. But the others can miss Thunder. I need to be better at remembering to use knockoff against Life Orb Mons. This is so nearly over. Where's special defense? There it is. At least you didn't lead. God, everyone hates Crobat 4. Everyone. Altaria. Oh, it's a Sing Cotton Guard set. Okay. Okay, so we got a max sleep, which is totally fine. I do want to wake it up, actually. It's now going to start moon blasting. Instant special defense boost. It's over. Aero 4 is choice banded. I don't think we can knock off. I think if we crit knock off, it dies. We did get defense, okay. Because ideally I use protect on struggle and not on stone edge. I really want attack. Makes a big difference to how easy sweeping is. Okay, there it is. I don't care too much about the rest. Okay, last game. Lana, Kingdra. Protect. God damn it. Oh, it's Kingdra 1. Is it gonna protect or outrage then? Doesn't really matter, they both work. Right, so we got the 5, 2, 5. Not bad. So this weekend I need to play the Battle Factory Seed Championship week 4 and 5. I'll probably do that on YouTube on Sunday. I'll do both. Because I said in a previous week, oh yeah, I'll just take the first 3 Pokemon. It might be quite a short stream. It might be quite a short stream, that one. Will I randomly stream Maison tomorrow? Maybe. I think it might be fun to not play Gen 6. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you later.